So, I know I had mentioned that I was going to cover something specific today, but the plan for that has been pushed back. We're going to give Raging Blades here for the PS2 a shot today instead. I was looking through and it caught my attention, so it's as simple as that. Sometimes you don't need to have it be a complicated idea. You'll quickly understand why I thought this would be interesting. I'm gonna let the demos play here, and there is a plot thing that'll come up as well that I'm gonna kind of wait for. This way y'all get some scene setting and some idea of what's going on here. This is going to be a demonstration of the whole set of characters, I do believe. So you got your swordsman, you got your typical heavy fighter, then you got a monk here. Lots of kicking, because, you know, why not lots of kicking? And then, of course, your typical wizard character, who is, as usual, one of the weirder looking ones, too. I think that's also their full movesets, based on what I experienced when I tested this just a few minutes ago. I would like to think there's more of a moveset than that, but there might genuinely not be that much of a moveset for these characters. We'll have to find out as we go here. This has arcade energy because of the way the demo reels and everything work. I don't know anything about this, like I said before. I genuinely don't actually have any information on this one. This was a last-minute choice because I was scrambling to figure out what the hell I wanted to do today, to put it bluntly. I genuinely had no idea because of the fact that I had backed out of the plan I had originally had. And those of you that were here yesterday know yesterday was real rough at times. Not like in a seriously bad way, but just like it drained a lot out of me, and we were having a lot of bad luck in a lot of ways yesterday. So it seemed prudent not to do anything complicated today. I'm hoping that when it loops around again, demo-wise, it'll show you the plot thing that it literally rolled through right before I started. I have no means of, like, calling that screen up in any particular way that I know of. I also would not be shocked if today ends up being on the shorter side, because I am tired. Because I did not sleep particularly well last night. I just want to warn you all about that one right now. I know I've been saying that a lot, but it's unfortunately true a lot. There we go, this will be the plot stuff.
Once upon a time, the people were blessed with a god, and their civilization flourished. This is the Atronart continent. With the lapse of time, the Kingdom of Basel became the most powerful on the Atronart continent. There was a sacred power kept sealed as the legacy of the kingdom. But some people had, with utmost secrecy, studied this sealed power thoroughly. Unfortunately, they were bewitched by this forbidden power while studying, and the power overwhelmed them completely. A sharp flash from the dark side smashed into the calm and quiet night.
Calm.
And the king, Basil VII, received news that demons and monsters popped out from the ruins scattered all over the continent. And the demons and monsters rampaged in the capital and each major city.
There's some very odd pronunciations in how he's reading this. Like, some of those words did not line up with what was written there, or particularly. But I think that... yeah, I think that was the whole plot. People messed with things they shouldn't, ended up unleashing a bunch of demons and monsters, and now it's our problem. You'll notice there is a dual mode, because this is a two-player game. If we look here in the options, you'll also notice that there's actually a friendly fire option as well. And just quickly turn vibration off. It's not going to help me in any real way. Gotta save and load, of course. Switch that display. 60. Because this is a European copy, so it's set for PAL settings, which would be 50. Turning friendly fire on wouldn't do anything, Natra. I'm not gonna have anybody else there. I can't hit myself that I know of. But how's it going, Natra? Like, there aren't gonna be any allies to hit, so there's no point to that. But as you can see, you've got Gray that we saw at the intro, the Knight. Age 22, height 180, weight 65. I'm assuming that is, of course, in European measurements. He's male, uses a sword. Then you got Bud the Warrior, or 28, 205 height, 120 weight, male, of course, weapon axe. Much more for attack and defense than being balanced like Gray is. Then you have Raybrant the Wizard at age 29, 173 height, 63 weight, male, uses a rod. Of course, focused purely on magic, has no defense, barely any speed, and a little bit of attack. And then Tina, all in on speed, age 17, class monk, 160 weight, 160 height rather, 43 weight. She's the only female out of the party options, using gloves and having more defense than I expected, honestly. But we will start with Raybrant the Wizard, because wizards are usually the interesting option. We'll see how it ends up working out. Now that's fair, or not true. Hopefully work goes well. We shall see. Once it loads, we'll get into action here.
In front of the wall of Albuhain.
Okay, the D-pad makes me walk. I did not realize that when I tested this. So as you can see, I have a projectile attack, I have an ice attack, I have a stronger projectile, and if I press X and circle together, I have this charge move that I think knocks things back if I do it right, but I haven't quite done it right. Those charges you see underneath my health and magic bar is for this, which is just a big knockback that helps keep control of the area around me. I was immediately reminded of like the D&D beat 'em up from the arcades. Shadows of Mystara and Tower of Doom, I think, was the other one. Oh, he's got some more knockback. Oh yeah, square is also a dash, which I really should be making more use of, probably, fighting Big Man here. Because he's got some reach. There we go. It's interesting how there's all that stage up ahead and then you just leave.
It should have been told only in the mythological world. The ultimate research. The power of God. His brain finally starts to understand the fact that he saw the demon with his bare eyes. Was the experiment successful? But a heavy price was paid. What drove him to continue
was self-accusation and an insane curiosity.
Insane curiosity I can get behind. I'm not really sure about the self-accusation. But onward we go.
House of Spirits.
Look at all of that map. I wonder how much of it we're actually going to get to see. What confuses me is I'm not sure if we have like a kill quota on these maps or if it's just like a matter of maybe different difficulties or something cover different amounts of these maps or something. I know there was a difficulty setting. We are on normal, I do believe, because that was the default. It's almost like I literally just read that a moment ago, but at the same time, my brain is only so capable right now. There we go. Get rid of that one. Defeat that one. Got a bunch more bats. I should have went for the other charge attack. Kinda wish you could keep doing the slashes instead of it automatically going to these small projectiles. It's very weird how this game's controls are laid out. As soon as I get rid of this battle, I'll explain what I mean. Is X are these purple attacks you see me doing. Circle are these heavier attacks. Square is the dodge. Triangle is the move that absorbs our power, or that's up there. But here's the thing. You've also got dash on R1 and L1. L1 seems to do nothing. Similar case with L2. Obviously, we have no camera controls, so the stick does nothing. Left stick runs you around. Left on the D-pad just walks you around. It's very weird. Like, I feel like they could have done a little bit more with the other shoulder buttons, but maybe there's like pickups or something that will interact with the other shoulder buttons. Like, having one of the shoulders also be dodge makes sense. Because you may be in the middle of doing something with the face buttons, like attacking or what have you, and you may need to use the shoulder to dodge because you can't move your finger quick enough there, for example. So that actually makes sense.
Has been broken.
Did you think that seal might have been broken? Because it was. Yes, it was. Oh! My dodge is actually draining my blue meter there. Okay, I'll need to keep that in mind. And okay, this is multiple screens this time. I guess maybe just the first area cuts off early, then maybe. There's actually a boss in this area. I only went as far as the beginning of this stage when I tested this just a little bit ago. I was trying to decide which out of the pile of things I had grabbed for today I wanted to do. I try not to leave myself with only one option, and where possible. There we go. Ow. Thankfully, we didn't take a lot of damage from that. I just got pushed around real bad. There we go. Overwhelm him before he has a chance to spit at me this time. I don't know how you're meant to get higher than like a good combo, honestly, with this move set. Maybe we'll figure something out as we go. Because you can't really like chain these attacks particularly well. Though this being capable of being 2 players, it may also be that you have to like work together to make a better combo. By like passing enemies around and things like that. Though admittedly, I don't know how they'd live long enough for you to juggle them in that manner. I really thought I was gonna reach both of those. And by the time I realized it was a problem, couldn't really correct it at that point.
The seal has been
Brr,
broken.
brr, brr. Okay. Just waiting to load in. There we go. Actual size bats doing damage. Ow. Like, I'm grateful for the fact that these don't do a ton of damage for how small they are. But man, they're annoying. Like, when they first appeared, if they didn't make a noise, I don't know if I would actually fully notice that they're there. Ooh, new enemies. Some kind of ninjas. They even do backflips. Look at them. Look at them being cool guys. They're even laughing at me, too. Maybe they're... Actually, maybe they're not ninjas. Maybe they're evil monks, because they didn't have weapons. Gained a special attack. Okay, so I'm assuming that's just an additional charge of my AoE, then.
Shadow Impulse.
Oh, wait, no, they do have weapons. It was just hard to see those things in their hands at first. That's the end of that. Boss time? Boss time. Oh, some kind of Doulahan. Oh no. Got ahead, never mind. Oh, and you've got a friend. Okay, understood. You with your friend first. As your friend just keeps giggling at me. There we go. Oh, you do have a melee attack, okay. I thought he was just gonna keep spamming the waves for a little bit there. Okay, it is gonna keep spawning dudes. I had a feeling about that. But I wasn't sure how that was gonna work yet. There we go. Get rid of his backup. Dodge his attack. Hit him. Dodge his attack. Hit him. Get hit. Fun fact, the getting hit was not actually part of the plan, but unfortunately, reality is often disappointing, and we just end up with the results we get. I keep not wanting to actually do that dash attack, but since I'm running, I keep doing it. I think we might find out what happens when I die here in a moment. Especially when I miss my attack like that so badly. Wait. We got him in an infinite. Okay, never mind, we're fine. That's not the end of the stage? Huh. Or maybe leaving is the end, maybe. No, there's still more to it, okay. That is weird. Do I go back now? Like, do I have to, like, go all the way back out of the stage now that we defeated the boss? Yep, we got stronger monks of a different flavor. Just knock them all down because I can't afford to fight them fair right now. It's weird that we're dipping into the recolors already. Maybe these are more like cultists or something. Considering the, like, ritual tool looking thing they've got in their hands and the constant giggling.
Shadow Impulse.
Become invincible. You know, that helps. Would have been great to get that sooner, but, you know. Take what we can get. No idea how long that's gonna last. Probably not long enough.
Shadow Impulse.
Supposed to get both of you.
Good.
There we go. I went the completely wrong angle with that. And down we go. Okay, we do have a continue. And the D-pad didn't change characters, so I don't know if it's possible to change mid-fight or not. But what I'll probably do, depending on how long it takes for us to game over, or completely, if it's even possible to game over completely, and if this has infinite continues, or what have you. That's surprising. Just got a notification about something I was genuinely not expecting, but I'll deal with that later. Not really in a position to be doing anything with that right now. Which, speaking of surprising, I should probably mention this a little bit more. We do have at least one surprise collab coming up next week. I'm not gonna get into that in detail at the moment till things firm up more. It's supposed to be late Friday that I'm gonna be doing something with somebody. I hadn't really... Yeah, actually, no, I can say I quite literally have never done anything with them before, though we'd been meaning to for ages. So that's exciting. A recolor of the boss I fought in this stage already? Okay. So you actually take knockback properly instead of standing permanently. How much health do you have? Like, are you just like a mini-boss straight up, or what's your deal here, bud? There he goes.
Has been broken.
Huh. A little bit weird. Oh, that wasn't the boss. We're actually heading to the boss. Huh. So that thing that had a health bar wasn't the actual boss of the stage. Okay. I got a little crossed up because of the way that map looked. There we go. We can handle a one-on-one a lot better. Okay. You know, I think I finally put together one of the things that's confusing me with this. The fact that this doesn't have a jump button. Like, this being 3D and everything, for some reason my brain just immediately assumed there was going to be a jump attack and everything. Protected. I think that's just a defense buff. No. It's a good thing that that special attack is basically your panic move. You can use that whenever, it seems. It's gonna take me a bit to get used to being able to just use that. Oh, we got, like, level 3 cultists with a better weapon. And a projectile. Oh, I hate these guys already. You need to die before you cause me more problems. Okay, separate him off, kill him. Deal with him. Stop them from being a problem. Yep, just gonna get shot in the back. Yeah, it doesn't seem like any of the buttons do anything for changing character. Okay. Now, admittedly, if I'm gonna take the time to look at everybody, I may want to actually let myself lose here, so I don't have to redo too much to see the other characters. At the same time, y'all know I'm not a firm believer in just letting myself lose. This really is a hell of a gauntlet for this first real stage. Like, we went through a progression of 3 different levels of this particular enemy type just in this stage alone. Oh, now it's a bunch of big guys, huh? Okay. Stand by my statement of this is a hell of a gauntlet for this early on. It's very fortunate that these enemies are fairly incompetent. Oh, now they're acting. Like, I think there might be, like, a magic distance where their brain just doesn't work. Ooh, health. Give.
The seal has been broken.
Warped mind longs for gloomy relief. The depressed flesh reeks of evil. That is very hard to read, but that is also a hell of a statement. Oh. I guess that's the boss? Huh. Okay.
Baron.
Oh, it teleports. Okay. It's a bit of a pukey thing. It is stunnable, which is kind of silly. Oh, wow, it hits back real hard, though. And I'm dead. I'm gonna go ahead and let this go and see the other characters then. We'll cycle through, see which one I like the most, and then we'll just make an actual play at getting through this.
Character select.
Let's give Tina the try next. I do enjoy speed.
A new legend is born.
And presuming that her speed being real high, she should have good combo stringing, but we'll see.
In front of the wall of Albuheim.
I would assume she probably won't have a projectile of any kind. Yeah, X is punch, circle is kick for her. Well, that already felt satisfying. Because if I don't press anything else, she does just that rapid kick and then the heavy kick. If I hit circle before she does the heavy kick, that's what makes her do the flip. Seems to be the thing so far. Yeah, I ain't gonna get to charge that to figure that out right now. Okay, everybody seems to have that, like, shadow dodge thing. Oh, let me guess. I have to time releasing that. Or not? Is it a counter? Oh, there we go. I just have to press a different button. And then it works. Okay. Oh, and her kick does have a stun. Okay. Hang on. There's potential here. She was starting to seem a little iffy because of the reach issue there for a little bit, but starting to get an idea there.
She had a dream of a flash.
Oh, everybody's got different
Lighting up
plot.
From ruins in the dark, quiet night. A couple of days later, the tragic news of the Baselberg Kingdom stormed the cathedral. The Pope and a pontifex are talking. I've heard that the demons revive. We should do something about it. We shall muster armed monks. A daughter of the pontifex flies out of town in curiosity.
It's interesting that it... Oh, actually, did it ever get referred... You know, it was referred to as just the Basel Kingdom in the initial plot, wasn't it? But there it was referred to as Baselberg.
The House of Spirits.
Sonic Storm!
Okay, so it looks like her special is the same, essentially. Just like a different flavor. Okay, so she does have different moves depending on when I press circle as well. I'm not really sure if the wizard did or not. It didn't seem like he did, because anytime I pressed circle with him, it didn't really seem to want to do anything. As far as comboing goes. But it may be that his setup's different. We'll have to find out when we play the other melee characters exactly what the difference is there, whether the wizard's the outlier or if Tina here's the outlier. Now, her big problem that I can see is that she's gonna get locked into her combos a lot. Like, I can leave the combo pretty quickly, but she doesn't do tons of damage per hit. She does seem to do a little bit more damage than Raybrant was.
The seal has been broken.
Was per hit, but not by a lot. It's taking like a hit or two less to take some of these things out. Type difference there. But it's good to see that there is at least a difference. Okay, that's a better charge move, I think. The heavy charge, I think, is a much better charge move than the uppercut. Unless you're fighting just a single target. If you're just against a single target, I don't know if it's gonna matter too much. Of course, that right there, what you just saw happen there is the flaw with the dash kick. Is sometimes you'll end up just colliding with them before the dash kick connects. So you just get the short end of the stick. There we go. I really thought that was gonna hit both of them. I'm still having range finding issues now and then with this game.
The seal has been broken.
So far, it seems like Tina's two biggest weaknesses are reach, as expected, and being stuck in combos. Like, it's very easy, like, with that multi-kick to get a little stuck in combo string, so you can't actually take action about something that's happening around you. But at the same time, her forward coverage is fantastic with moves like that, because enemies can just walk into it afterwards, and it'll still protect you. But thankfully, you do have a different move that takes less time. Like, that flip arguably takes less time. Oh! Instead of... Oh, you know what? Maybe it wasn't the move I was using that I just gained another charge up, because she gained temporary lightning punches from the same amulet that we got the special attack for the wizard from. So it might be that he actually got another move and I just didn't know how to use it. Because, again, to use the D&D beat-em-ups as a comparison, the wizard in that game could actually get more spells. Same with the cleric. I believe the elf as well in one of those games got spells as well. I don't remember if the elf was in both games or not, is why I say in one of the games. Oh yeah, she's moving this health bar way faster than Raybrandt was. So it's actually using a counter move against her, because I think her combo string has enough of a gap in it that it gets a chance to do that. But she just destroyed that by comparison. It's not shocking, though, that the wizard ends up being the harder character to play so far. Is A, he may have more complicated mechanics that I didn't understand, or B, it's just that typical scenario of they don't really know how to balance a magic-using character, so they just kind of give him some kind of half-thought thing. Because the problem with those types of characters usually is they're either the weakest or they're the strongest. There's not really an in-between. They either end up, like, disgustingly powerful, or they're just jank, weird, and kind of bad. Goodbye. Gained power of fire. Okay, so maybe it's just a different pickup that she got, then. Like, maybe the different characters just have different pickups that they get. At first, Power of Lightning could have been, like, just weird phrasing for her special. But then we saw it actively hitting them with lightning, so I'm like, no, it can't be that. I went way too early on that. With, like, this Force Palm thing they can do and I can do, I feel like these are just, like, evil versions of what she is. Which is why I'm still standing by, like, Evil Monk. They just have weapons and I don't. I'm still not really convinced about the utility of that charge attack either. So far, though, of the two, Tina's currently winning in my mind of the character we'll stick with. But I think what I'll do is, after I have tried all the characters, I'll pull up a manual and check to see if I understood what I was doing. Because that's fun to do in my mind, is try the game, see if you can make sense of it first, and then look at what it wants you to be doing.
The seal has been broken.
Especially for something straightforward like this, because I can clearly understand the assignment. It's just a matter of missing nuance. Oh, you can knock them off the stage. That's fun. that does leave me concerned that if I get hit with knockback hard enough, I might go off the stage too. That could be a whole issue in and of itself. Gained power of fire. They really just let me do that, huh? I guess that could be a move, actually. If you're one-on-one with something you're kind of scared of, hit it with the stun kick and then use the charge attack. That might work. Wow, yeah, she just rinsed one of the upgraded guys immediately, too. Yeah, that flip kick does scary damage then. Stop that. That was also a decent way to make use of that. Knock a bunch of people over with a special and then get them with the charge. Basically, you need to force openings to exist for that charge move to work, is what I'm trying to get at. It's just way more efficient to just pummel than flip, and then watch your specific target just be dead already. I was hoping to be cheeky and outreach them there. There's a little bit of jank with the double input. Because I definitely pressed both buttons and it decided to do one then the other. But that may be emulation, that may be controller issue. There's options there. Okay, we'll let this life end.
Game over.
Basically, unlike what I did with Raybrandt, where I continued at least once, I'm gonna let each one go until they die. That's part of what's gonna tell me which one's gonna work best for me. Is the one that I can keep alive the longest without expending special effort. Because there's a specific flow you can have to that. That'll work.
Bud Chamberlain.
We'll send Gray in last because he's the base bog standard balanced character. He's the one I feel like is the most likely to be smooth and easy to get through with. So we save him for last.
The wall of Albuhain.
Okay, you're not terribly slow at least. But the way his stat line read, I was really expecting even slower than this. Like, don't get me wrong, he is definitely the slowest. But speed may actually genuinely be primarily move speed, not attack speed, like I was worried about. Though his attacks are slower, too. Let me stand up, damn you. Okay, he's the fire guy. That makes sense. Definitely hits hard, though. But that's matched by his statistic line. Oh, he went somewhere else.
He returned to the village after this tough journey. But what he saw was the empty landscape of the village and the mountain of corpses of his family. He lost his temper with this horrifying sight. What on earth was going on? He heard that it was caused by the demons. With his rage, he determined to go on another journey. The journey for revenge.
I was wondering, because it was like a really big map. I thought just like eventually I was going to go to all the locations. But now it seems like different characters have different paths, so this could actually have like replay value to play every character then.
The castle.
Or at least multiple characters. Unless maybe it's a case of they go to all the stages, but they go in a different order, which is also possible. So far, he's got the least interesting moveset, though. I was expecting at least like a shoulder charge or something, since he's got that like that big shoulder there, or with the armor on it. But he's just got like sweep, rolling attack. The rolling attack's fun. Just swing a few times, poke, poke, slam, swing across. Doesn't seem like he has combos with the... Oh wait, no, he does. They're just kind of finicky. Oh, he's got a roll, okay. That defense, though, is showing. He is just, like, not giving a shit about anything that's hitting him. Like, he is living up to his class so far of just going through and just trashing everything. I don't care. You can't hurt me. I will just trash everything you hold dear. Oh, we got wizards now. Crush the nerd wizard. Die! Put that wizard right in the locker where he belongs.
The seal has been broken.
Anything good in here? Nope. Okay. Windows, kindly fuck off. Little bit of context additionally there for me being mad at Windows right now, by the way. When I had to reboot everything to try to fix the connection issues we were having with joining Peak yesterday, Windows forced an update then, and now it's asking for more updates. Is God forbid they not just keep jamming more and more unnecessary shit into your machine. These are very bird-sounding, like, skeleton gargoyle things. What I'm thinking's gonna happen, by the way, is when we go and play as Gray, he's probably going here too. Because the demo showed Gray being here when he was player 1. So more than likely we're gonna end up here with him too. Unless my other theory is correct and that everybody goes everywhere but in a different order. Because the demo we had seen had Raybrandt and Gray here together. Or at least in an area that has similar tile set. Fighting knights and things. So that looked more like an interior that we saw in the demo. This is feeling like more of a courtyard. So far, though, Bud is feeling like your safe character. Like, you can just walk forward and succeed a decent amount with this guy. I'm sure he's gonna hit a point where he's gonna have problems, but he is just the tank. Which, again, it tracks for what he is. Oh, look at this guy. I thought his arms were blades, but no, he's holding, like, hand swords. Wow, he just got, like, a straight up ow. See, this is the kind of thing I was talking about, where we were gonna run into problems with Bud. Is he can't get a hit in. He just keeps getting hit every time he tries to approach. Oh, once I did hit him, though. Look at that. Yeah, I just gotta roll well here. Yeah, roll one attack, then I can hit him. Then he'll knock me back. beat the shit out of me. And then I do it again. And we win in through that trade. But oh, if we had less defense, we would have been so dead there. That's how you get rid of waterfalls, right? You just kind of hit them with an axe and then you just kind of stop. It's interesting that there was a split path here. I wonder if you could actually go on that other path willingly, or if that's like different character goes a different way there scenario. I'm sure we'll find out when we play Gray, because if I'm assuming correctly that he also goes here immediately, based on the information we have so far, he may very well go the other way. Maybe it's just me, but the tone of voice and everything he has for that spell he's using, the Inferno thing, it feels different than the rest of the voice acting he's got. Like, it sounds like the same person, but it's just, like, not quite the same, if that makes sense. But of course, you know, we've only got damage sounds to go by for the most part, so there would naturally be a difference between you saying something and getting the shit kicked out of you. So we don't really have a ton to work with there yet. Can I break this waterfall too? Not yet, at the very least. Oh. Yeah, his biggest problem is just getting hits in around enemy attacks. That's his big issue.
The seal has been broken.
There's a lot of situations where you'd have to like roll through an attack to get a swing in and things like that. That seem like they're gonna be his big weakness. Which admittedly, there's gonna be times where Tina would have the same problem, for example. Where you have to like sidestep something just to be able to have a chance to get a word in edgewise. Just the speed difference is where the tempo for something like that kind of changes. There's a wizard back there being a nerd. Shooting me with lightning. I don't like it. I could not scoot past that, huh? The golem seems disinterested in getting out of the way so I can get at the fucking wizard. Neat that these wizards have multiple spells, though. They got lightning and wind, and possibly other things, too. Okay, we managed to squeeze through that. We're gonna die here, though, if I ain't careful. Yep, I was banking on getting a heal out of that jar, and it didn't work out.
Game over.
I'm not sold on Bud. Bud has great potential because of that durability, but that attack set just doesn't speak to me. Like, y'all know me, I'm not really usually the big stompy slow attacker. That's not really my thing.
Gray Bradford. A new legend is born.
So curious about the fact that there's so much map to stage 0 here, and you just don't actually get to see the rest of it. Yeah, see, this is a decent moveset so far. Also has stun. It seems like everybody other than Raybrant has stun on their circle move. Oh, you know, I forgot to try Bud's charge move. That's the thing I forgot. Okay, heavy swing. Does it do anything different on the other button? It does. Okay. I should have tried that too then. I didn't even think till right that moment to try different inputs there. And yeah, see, he does go to Castle of Immortal. Okay.
The king, Basil VII, received a report that demons had appeared and started destroying the entire kingdom. Looking at this incident as a conjuncture, the king ordered up the royal knights and the senate for an investigation. They decided to send the Knights of Gendarmerie to the Castle of Immortal for the inspection. Among them was the swordsman in Indigo, a former sergeant in the segment, turned to an intelligent agent. Lastly, he had a mission.
I don't know what the point of that lastly he has a mission sentence was. That seemed unnecessary?
The Castle of Immortal.
Like, I feel like it was supposed to say, like, at last he had a mission or something like that. Okay, so there is a couple other moves he has. They don't really, like, flow super smoothly, but they're there. There's like 1, 2, that is an an attack, for example, which is a launcher, so that's at least good. Got a heavy downward swing on the second input, which is good for knocking people down. As soon as the multi-stab starts, though, it seems like you don't have any other moves anymore. So he's got to do his heavy attacks early if you want him to do anything else with his heavies. Which it may very well be that the others have that too, just the way their combo strings were going together just didn't read for me immediately. Oh! There was a follow-up to that launcher too. Okay, hang on, I'm learning. I'm learning. Okay, I couldn't do it that time.
Has been broken.
So wait, do I actually have an active choice here? Yeah, because we walked down this way with Bud, so it looks like there is just a choice. It's not dependent on which character you have, though it is actively telling me to go this way. I think did it tell me to go this way and I didn't pay attention last time? I really don't know. You kind of just, like, go in the moment and don't even realize what's happening sometimes. It seems like it's a timing thing with the follow-up to that vertical, by the way. Not really entirely sure how that works still. And it's off of the charge attack, not off of the vertical or combo move. I thought both would do it, but only one does it seems. So the others may also have more movement strings there too. Or it's a case of Gray's the main character and he got more than everybody else. That would not be outside the realm of possibility. That's happened in a fair few games like this before. Especially the more, like, lesser-known ones. Because some of them don't get fleshed out quite as much due to being rushed or budget or what have you. Hard to say. Okay, there's Power of Fire, so it's not character-based necessarily what items you get. These wizards, though, straight up the worst thing in this game so far, with that stunning they keep doing. That was satisfying, just launching one of them up in the air and then sending both of them packing was very fun. We do have ads coming up here in a hot minute, so we may very well die before the ads. We'll see. Ooh. We're trapped in here now. Okay, so it's the same fight, just different situation. I was kind of hoping there'd be a different fight depending on which path you took. That would have been fun. Let's see, Gray's fast enough that he can a little bit more consistently get in there, but only a little bit more. Of course, now that I said that, now I'm not allowed to move. Oh, I'm literally just getting juggled now, huh? Okay. The fact that they can hit us when we're on the ground is brutal. There we go. The ads have just kicked in though, so we will hold still there so that we don't end up making people miss anything. Despite the fact that this is the same stage we were in before, this is a different part of the stage, so... And we're gonna get a bit further, it looks like, with Gray compared to Bud. So far, this game's intriguing me. I don't know if I am, like, 100% sold on it, but I'm interested so far. I think is the best way to put that. I don't really have any major reason to get up at the moment, so I'm gonna just take a look at something that popped up. Oh, that's probably concerning. Okay. Let me just answer this right quick. Okay. So that's been sorted out. I'll deal with the rest of that over there later. To keep all these plates spinning, all these balls rolling. Okay. Yeah, we're halfway through ads, it looks like, so it won't be too awful long now before we can move forward again. Stretch at least my neck, because I completely blanked on doing my proper stretching this morning, because I was so caught up in doing this, that, and the other thing. So, definitely going to focus on that during one of these breaks. Probably the next one. And since we're most of the way through this ad break already. But of course, you know, depending on when people come in, they may very well get caught in the ad breaks at different times too, so there's a whole thing there as well. While we are still waiting a moment, I do want to remind you all that we do have episode 1 of Drac Attack happening next week. Specifically, it should be this upcoming Thursday. there's not a 100% guarantee thing, but it actually is a likely outcome that it will be that. But, you know, anytime we're doing things involving other people, you never want to 100% guarantee something because you never know what's going to happen with the other person. And of course, anything could happen to me between now and Thursday, too. So there's no guarantees of anything, and without any doubt. That is the current intent. And I know I said last week that I was going to try to test the life system I wanted to do for the game clearing days tomorrow. That's still up in the air whether that's going to happen. Because I had intended to spend some time really sitting there and thinking about it and planning for that, and let me tell you, the way this week went, that didn't happen. Is as good a thing as it was that I got that big commission did throw off a lot of my plans for the week because I dedicated that time to getting that commission done. Which is what you should do, but now and then you need to balance a bit better than I did. And we will be back from ads in just a second here, as long as one of these two timers is accurate. There we go. Welcome back from ads, everybody. As I mentioned, we didn't go anywhere, we didn't do anything. I just rambled on about things, about how things are gonna be, what things are coming up soon. Nothing important. You'll be getting more confirmation about those things as the stream continues, more than likely toward the end. Let's see if Gray can make it through this stage compared to Bud. Considering our current health, I have mixed feelings about the odds of that working out. He really does have, like, very good field control moves if you can do them correctly. With the way he can just throw people around. Which is wild to think that this guy can throw enemies around real well. The big guy with an axe, things didn't move. It's very odd. No health, huh? It's looking like Bud's gonna have gotten slightly further than Gray. Yeah, because despite how potent that knockback move is, it wasn't enough. So now we're gonna go ahead and pull up the manual. I should have pulled it up while the ad break was happening and then read it now, but we'll find it together right now. It'll be okay. Worst case, the plot will come back around while y'all are waiting for me to talk about this. Gotta be a manual though, right? Can I actually look at that, or is that okay, that is a different game. But maybe, oh no, I see what they're doing here. Okay. Probably in this pile somewhere. One moment, lots of scrolling, gotta find the thing, it's down here somewhere. Nope, it's not in here, so I don't know why, well, other than Google being bad. Which, you know, no shock there. Okay, so X is vertical attack, triangle special power, circle, horizontal attack, square lets you boost. So I do know all of the basic buttons already, okay. And there are 2 unlockable characters, so that's neat. We won't be discussing those further right now. And it looks like you do get extra characters for the dual mode as well, so that's fun. And it, as usual, it looks like this game does cut off early if you're playing easy, which is all the guide here I'm looking at actually covers. It goes up to a certain stage and then says, hey, you're not going to see this on easy. And then it doesn't actually cover the normal and hard modes. This guide's incomplete. But it looks like I'm not really gonna get that much more information, unless maybe this has? I'm giving it a real try here, so you just gotta bear with me a second. You have this. There is a manual here. Okay, hang on. Well, no, there's a page here. There's not actually a manual, just a page. Well, never mind. Okay, so we're not getting a manual. Understood. So it comes down to a choice between Gray and Tina, then. I feel like Tina was doing better overall than Gray was. Toss up as to whether Gray's path was just harder, or just like the combos were harder to use, but I'll tell you what, I'll flip a coin. Heads it'll be Gray, tails it'll be Tina. Okay, tails it's Tina.
Tina Iblis. A new legend is born.
We're back to having no reach, but lots of speed. We'll see how this works out. We might take a look at the dual mode later as well, depending on how things play out, and how I'm feeling by the time we're done with regular gameplay. And of course, assuming I can do dual mode without a second controller or something. Also, knowing that the charge attack was different things with different buttons. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's a better charge move, I think. Since that covers more distance. Okay, got an axe kick that I didn't get to before. Uppercut. One of these times I need to just run past that guy and see what happens past him. There's only a couple places actually marked on this map, too, so I wonder... Yeah, we already saw the plot unfold, so we'll just move along. See about actually beating the boss here in the House of Spirits, finally. The way she chews through things, though, I think it'll be fine. It's weird to me that this exists, but you can't get in there. I'm assuming the unlockable characters are probably unlocked through beating the game. If I were to hazard a guess. Unless they're, like, code unlocks. Which the guide I looked at didn't really address how they were unlocked. Just mentioned, oh yeah, this is what they do and everything. And that one of them is only playable on the highest difficulty, would it look... At least that's what I'm assuming, that's what they were implying with the way they phrased it, because they said it could only be played on, like, full attack mode. Which I have to assume is a phrasing for the highest difficulty, but I don't really know. That's my side again. That's just more things whining at me. Don't mind me. That was my Stream Deck wanting to update, and it's like, 1, no, 2, I'll deal with you later. Don't you love when you tell something to remind you later, and it just decides, hey, later's like an hour from when we asked you, instead of actually later?
The seal has been broken.
Onward and upward. It's interesting that the castle has a split path with 2 characters going into that one, and then this place doesn't have a split path and 2 characters go here. I do wonder where the unlockable characters end up going. Do they go here or do they go to the castle? Because again, the guide I looked at was incomplete, so I can't even reliably get that information. Like, I could try looking up the Japanese version, which probably had more people play it, but I can't really guarantee I'd be able to read anything somebody wrote for it. Without trusting in sketchy translation, potentially. And I suppose I should address this since probably everybody and their mother's been addressing it. The whole Twitch training AI on everybody's streams and such thing, and whether people are and aren't allowing it to stay opted in. I have obviously opted out of that, because God forbid I let them screw around with that. Obviously, they're gonna do some of it anyway. But I have at least, like, tried to protect myself. Which is also why you'll see that No Gen AI tag down there as well. It's part signal because of the fact that they don't let you signal in any other way, really, that you have opted out of that. And part a thing I should have put there forever ago, because I do not allow AI garbage of any kind anyway on here. So, that's where all that's at. No complicated thoughts there, just this is where it is, this is what it is, you don't like it, there's the door. Simple, straight to the point, we move on with our lives. So I ain't gonna fight people about it, because it's pointless to fight people about something like that, because they will do what they do regardless of what makes sense or what is the wiser course to do. And I just don't have the time, energy, or patience to be fighting pointless battles with people. At the end of the day, all we can do is do our best to protect ourselves from misuse of things like that, and just keep that trash away from ourselves as best we can. I did not intend to press triangle, but I did. It's interesting how he gets this whole scene as he's climbing up and everything, and then he gets a recolor like a room or so away. That doesn't have half the moves. Okay, yeah, that spin move is just a reaction move. It's not even like a regular move he has. I think that's you deal too much damage to him quickly. He's going to, like, have a reaction attack now. We are, like, flying through this stage right now. And of course, one positive thing to point from yesterday is we did get a bunch of new Ufalos from yesterday, so that's good at least. Bringing us yet closer to that goal of of the 1,000 followers that I was talking about the other day, where the cursed shuffler will happen if we reach that. Now, to go back to the whole Twitch is pissing people off thing for a moment, though, is that there is a side thought to that I do want to talk about more as well. And that is the amount of people that are now trying harder to push, like, Ko-fi subscriptions and things like that. Oh, so you can just pick up a special attack as well. So I think that is just another charge. I wasn't looking at my charge count when I picked that up, because I was in the middle of the thought that I was on. Yeah, it led to me thinking more about the idea of having my own Ko-fi subscriptions, since, you know, I rely a lot on Ko-fi as a means of getting donations and such already anyway. The kicker I keep running into, though, pun not intended as I'm kicking enemies when I say that, is what the hell do I offer? Because, like, obviously I could put it there as just a means of people supporting, but the problem is, y'all don't gain as much from subscribing to something like that as you do from subscribing here on Twitch. That's the, like, just the value proposition issue that there is right now. Is on Twitch you at least get the emotes such as they are, and you get to avoid ads and things like that. Is the real alternative I have would be recommending people get Twitch Turbo and then give me the Ko-fi subscription, but that costs people more money and still gives Twitch money anyway. So that's not really like an answer to that situation either, you know? Like, I just don't know what to do to get the ideal scenario here. Mostly because I don't think there is an ideal scenario here. That's part of the problem. I can't really say that keeping the exact status quo we've got right now is exactly an ideal scenario.
The seal has been broken.
So it's like, okay. This coming right alongside the timing, unfortunately, of me trying to start doing monthly sub goals as well. It's like, well, now do I just turn those monthly sub goals into, like, monthly Ko-fi sub goals? Because that could work. It's harder for me to necessarily track readily where y'all can see it easily without adding more widgets, which, you know, that's doable. I would need to look into how easy it is to get something that shows that number specifically, but it should be doable realistically. And I already know how to make regular donation Ko-fi alerts work. I'm assuming subscriptions on there would work similarly for alert status there. So that wouldn't be a problem to figure out as far as that goes. Like, there's just so many layers to this that I'm like, do I do that? Does this work? What do I do here? There was a lot of discussion about, like, maybe we should all just go and move to a different platform. And I said this to people on Blue Sky, but I'll say it here too. The problem with getting any kind of new platform is, one, you gotta get your audience to go with you, or you're starting from scratch again. Which, good fucking luck with that for those of us that are already struggling. That's really just not going to be a thing you can do very easily. The argument can be made, it's like, well, if you're already struggling, then you're not losing that much. It's like, yeah, but what little you have is kind of important, too. When you have problems already, you can't really be tossing away what you do have. And that's not really fair to the audience you have currently, either. Because arguably, if you cast aside your audience in order to go to a new platform because the platform is the problem, you're punishing the audience for the sins of someone else, and that's not really fair. Now, admittedly, at the end of the day, if the audience doesn't go along, that is arguably on them as well. I won't deny that, because the audience clearly has the choice to move. And if anything, the audience has more of a free choice than the streamers do,
The seal has been broken.
considering they don't have as much to lose. I couldn't touch that healing pickup. I wanted to, but apparently the area for that entrance was wider than that. Was this a different boss? It is. Okay.
I'll kill you.
Okay, but why though?
The fallen angel of fear.
Fallen Angel of Fear, okay. Ow. I hit the wrong button. I tried to dodge that and I hit the wrong button. And then I was too caught up in my combo string. I dodged the wrong way. I would like to get to, you know, fight some more, please. Thank you. Okay, it seems like every time she gets full comboed, she does that. So I just combo, then back out. I see why you're a fallen angel, because all you do is fall. That wasn't too bad. Rank C. Not too bad for having continued.
Go to next stage.
Now, where are we going? That's the more important question. Now we're going up. Okay. So maybe they don't go to all the stages then.
She had a dream in which people were hurrying off in confusion and were killed by demons. She's trained as a shaman with her special psychic ability since she was little. But she became a brave armed monk with her thrusting personality and with no doubt of herself being a daughter of the Pontifex. What is happening in this world? I want to see everything with my own eyes. She headed to the ruins with those thoughts.
Thrusting personality is a whole sentence to unpack there. Like, that is a interesting choice of words. We'll go with that as the sentence. Yes, interesting choice
The
of
Lady
words.
Prince of Antiquity.
Like, I'm gonna blame localization for that choice of words, but I don't know. Okay, I've got 2 directions to go. It is a labyrinth, so direction choice probably will matter. So it's saying I have 2 direction choices. I can't... this might be the other way, then? I was gonna say, I can't help but notice that those don't line up. Oh, that's why this moves. Neat. So there's 4 targets. Okay. I assume I have to find my way through the labyrinth to each of the targets then, and then I can complete the stage. Okay, I'm on a moving platform now. Okay, I thought it was gonna be like a beat-em-up elevator situation. Which it seems like it sort of is, just not moving. I don't know why I'm pushing the wall in to move the elevator, but that seems to be what I'm doing. Why do these, like, lizard men make bird noises? Answer, because they really had, like, 5 sounds that they had for this game, it seems, and they really made heavy use of all of them. Okay, no, you still move on without hitting the thing. But I think I do need to hit all of them, so I probably screwed up by not hitting it. I wanted to see what would happen if I didn't touch it. This stage is definitely harder. But I think that's mostly the enemies are just kind of annoying by comparison to the previous stage. Since they have a lot of projectile attacks. X and wide-reaching attacks. Yeah, see, this one's not active anymore, so I literally probably would have left after the last one I just did if I hadn't ignored one. So now I gotta wait for the stage to take me back to that spot. Which that's a whole thing. Ah. No, 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 no. No, you don't. No, 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 no. No, sir. Ow. If you're out here thinking I'ma die, you'd be correct. Is I am not expecting to survive for much longer. I think we're heading to the one that I need. And I died breaking it, but that's okay. Oh, they guard too. It didn't matter that they guarded, but I saw him put his hands up like, don't kick me in the face, and, well, I kicked him in the face anyway. Suddenly mech with a laser Gatling. Okay. Ancient demon technology, I guess. Okay, so they all have a move where they react when they're getting hit too much and do something that gives them iframes and hits around them, it seems. He's not that dangerous in most respects. Just can't keep a grip on him. There we go. Which, that's interesting. So far, it seems like the wizard was the only one who didn't trigger those counter moves. So maybe that's his whole advantage, is he just slips underneath their counter or timing? Which seems kind of silly. Speaking of kind of silly. Oh, you have a fart attack that stuns me as well. Good for you. It's got a hell of an area on it, too. Got health for fucking days, don't you? For being just like a basic enemy, they are durable as... Oh! Kill one, they all died. I guess I just happened to pick the right one? Oh, now I gotta fight me. I don't know why you tried to go for the slowest move possible, but I'll take it. Oh, it's over here. Okay. I thought it was, like, behind the mirror. Is like, maybe, like, when you defeat the mirror monster, the mirror became, like, a window. But no, it was still a mirror. Apparently the seal's broken immediately here, so I can just leave. Just a little weird. We went back to the beginning, didn't we? Oh, I guess I'm going up a floor. Okay. Huh. Not gonna lie, not entirely sure what's going on with this place yet. I think I understand, but I feel like I also don't completely understand. I'm gonna assume this is the thing I need to be destroying. It seems like these bird noise gremlin things just are here to stop me from hitting the machinery. Yep, there we go. Because I think until the machines were broken, they spawned infinitely. Okay, good. At least there was a heal. Up we go, I guess. Hopefully that wasn't a choice between two doors, and it was just a case of, oh yeah, the other player would be on the other platform or something. I have a lot of concerns about what this room is, but we'll figure it out. And we're doing this bit again, huh? Okay. It's gonna be really sad when we find out that this doesn't have infinite continues at some point, in the worst way possible. I'm absolutely anticipating that happening. Okay. Oh, I just had to catch the button. Okay, I thought it was like showing me a pattern that I needed to remember or something. That was a little weird. Yeah, no, it is just step on the button. Okay. Not sure how to feel about that. Because it kind of feels like that's pointless. Because in theory, it'll just eventually spawn where you're standing, so you don't even have to, like, try to get it. Because there's no threat or anything either. It just kind of is there. And I suppose back on the whole how do we solve the Twitch ad problem if people don't subscribe. And I would, at that point, like, actively not encouraging people to. One thing people have already started doing is people are, like, unenrolling in the affiliate program, and I don't really want to go to that length yet. Because again, like I said, there's really not that much in the way of great immediate alternative moves to make. And that feels like way too much of a bridge burn, in my opinion. But, you know, people are more than welcome to do what they feel is right. I ain't gonna judge people for their choices as far as making a stand on that goes. Considering the extra layer of that being, I agree with the stance they're taking. I'm just looking at it from a practical angle a little bit before I make any moves like that. But, like, the solutions to the ad problem are, as I just mentioned, that people are doing, getting rid of being an affiliate, so theoretically ads just don't run anymore. So I believe that's how that works, is that's the trade-off, is they run ads on your channel in exchange for you having the ability to receive money, basically. Adblock, of course, has had mixed results these days, so I can't just be like, oh yeah, just get better ad block. I won't be upset. Which, at the end of the day, I won't be. If y'all don't want to see the ads and you don't want to give Twitch money, I fully understand. My main thing with that is, like I said, just I don't know how well it works anymore. Like, ad block, to my knowledge, is about the only way that you can view Twitch without having to deal with ads that doesn't give Twitch money. And at the end of the day, I do feel like it's a fair statement to make that it's not Twitch's fault necessarily that a lot of these things are happening. It's more Amazon's fault. Because Amazon is where the decisions are more than likely coming from. Considering the nature of them as a business, that would just make sense. But who knows really what's going on in any real detail with that situation. Really have to fight you again? Okay. I'm gonna knock your block off. Okay, that does hit behind you, too. I thought it did, but I wasn't 100% sure since we didn't really have an opening behind him in the last time we were fighting him. Exactly what I was calling out is what her problem was gonna probably be, getting caught in my own combo strings so I can't act on things quick enough. Okay, good, that was a kill. I was half expecting him to have like a sliver of health left and be a problem. Okay. Oh, we're almost to the boss. I think we might just be going across like a floating platform to that boss arena.
The seal has been broken.
It looks like that's the case. I wonder if this game is just gonna be just that short. Where it's like 3 or 4 stages per character. Does the map really look like it only had room for like a couple more stages? Steel Lion who inherited the demonic blood. Is this revolting appearance the punishment from God? I didn't read the last one because I thought it was going to be the same, and then we realized it was a different boss. It's the same mech again, but bigger and has a gem in its chest. Oh no! Was not expecting the name Catoblepas for this. Ow. Oh, I don't like the look of that. This is going to be a bit tedious, huh? Never mind, it got worse when he started spinning. Doesn't seem like I even really need to dodge for that. I just need to, like, run. But dodging seemed like a better call. Really, you're just gonna keep doing that, huh? And that's like an entire health bar. Okay. Good boss design, video game. Good boss design. Proud of you. Yikes. This is some arcade-ass nonsense here. Like, it is very hard to even get a hit in on this guy, because he just knocks you back, he just spins a laser. Like, why does he have 2 different spin moves, for example? Like, what's going on here? Who hurt the people that made this? I ask because I might want to shake their hand. Yeah, you don't even need to dodge that. You just can outrun it. Admittedly, if you were here as Raybramp, because I presume they both take the same path overall, he probably would struggle more without running that. Yeah, this is turning into doing this the same way you would do an arcade beat 'em up that you're not worried about continues with, which is just spamming your special every time you're alive and then just wash, rinse, repeat until the fight ends. Because I would like to think that the strategy isn't gonna just be A, spam the special, and B, just attack him only when he's doing his laser attack. Because you definitely had like a nice wide opening when he's doing the laser, but that just felt like that was gonna take forever. We got a bad ranking because I brute forced that essentially.
Go to next stage.
So we lost our entire technical score. But at least we don't have to deal with him anymore.
During the trip, she heard God's voice in another dream. The devout adherent, I need your power. Head to the Tower of Apocalypse. The revelation of God. What'll be in the Tower of Apocalypse? Alarmed and curious, she heads to the Cave of Vortex, which led her to the Tower of Apocalypse.
So what do we think the over-under on that voice she just heard in her head leading her to the Tower of Apocalypse in order to ruin everything instead of it actually being a good thing? Personally, I'm thinking the odds are pretty high that this is a trap. Trap of some kind.
The Cave of Vortex.
Not that we have a choice. We're on the railroad, so we're just going. Oh hey, the guys from the first stage are back. But pink now. Good for them. I don't remember there being these plants before, but I genuinely might have just run them over and not even recognized that they existed. Gonna be honest about that one. They may also just be new to this stage, too. Oh, I can break the crystals. I guess those are the breakables for this stage, then. That might have items. These guys... That might be my one big complaint with this game, is enemies have, like, very weird invulnerability. Like, I don't know if it's them having weird invulnerability or if your attack ranges are janky. It could be either, but both are a problem. Like, both are potentially real bad. This way we're not surrounded anymore. Because standing in the middle of a pile like that, oh boy. That's just asking for trouble. One thing I'll give this game credit for, though, is the fact you can just build up meter and get more special charges. That's honestly really good, in my opinion.
The seal has been broken.
It means that the specials are a lot more usable instead of, oh, hey, you only are going to have, like, these 3 unless you happen to get lucky and find up extras or something. This way it actually feels like part of your equipment that you can use instead of, oh, hey, this is just like the most absolute emergency thing. Never use it ever otherwise. Because, you know, it ends up with the elixir scenario, like, oh, I only have like 3 of these ever. I guess I'll just never use them because I'll save it for a rainy day, and then that rainy day never gets rainy enough to use them. Like, the most literal example of that being the fact that we only really used our elixirs in Final Fantasy IV and the final battle. And we didn't even use all of them then. And, you know, there's back and forth about that, because, like, well, if you didn't need it, that means you did good, right? It's like, yeah, but that also means maybe those things were more of a suggestion rather than actually needing to be there at all. The thing is, there's always going to be debate about, like, what the actual value of limiting something is in a game. It's like, okay, you limited it, but you also don't need it. So that begs the question, well, what was the point to limiting it then? Because if it's unnecessary, then, you know, there's no real need to limit it. But if it's necessary and you limit it, that could very easily lead to an array of bad scenarios as well. So it's like, well, what's your winning play there as the one making the system? And the answer is, I don't know. I really don't know what the winning answer there is. I may have just realized something. Looking at the screen, by the way. And it's bad news. And it's not just the fact that I'm at low health. Though that is also an issue, but I was very aware of that the whole time. You may have noticed those gems underneath our minimap, and how few of them are left. I think that might be our continues. And if that's the case, we're in trouble. Because that means I got a whole 2 of those things left. Basically only 1 of them, because I'm about to die. I've never understood this whole licking the blade thing, by the way. Why is that such a thing? Isn't that just gonna slice the shit out of your own tongue? Let's not forget the scene that a lot of people make fun of the guy with the poison blade that he licks and then he poisoned the shit out of himself. Like, I just don't understand that. Like, it's meant to be like this cool, intimidating thing, I'm sure, but it just seems stupid. Like, haha, I'm going to kill you. I lost my own tongue. I can't talk anymore. God damn it. Just one of those things where I just don't understand. And this is the problem with trying to, like, hit and run these guys. Is the camera that I can't turn. Doesn't really play well with that idea. Because they could just attack me from off screen real easily. Like, it's working. But it could work a hell of a lot better if this game had a better camera. Okay. Oh, more skeletons. I do find it interesting that these are, like, lizard skeletons or something, because they have tails. They didn't just go for the standard human skeleton model. Though, I presume these are more like demons, probably. Ooh, became a vampire. Which means my attacks heal me. Where was this power-up my whole life? I need this power-up more often. Give me lifesteal, game. I need it. Oh, we are in trouble. Get away from me. Ever said, yeah, and by the way, we definitely only have that many continues left. I just realized another gem's gone when I did that continue, so that is 100% what that item down there is. Uh-oh. Now, the fun question of, does the next one count? Like, is that my last life right now? Or does that mean I have one left? That's the fun question. And we're gonna find out real soon which is true. Yeah, I had a feeling. Because he was a different color, he was gonna have another move set. Thankfully, we can just kick these guys off the map. She has such wild knockback. It's so funny still. Like, even at this point, I have to laugh at the way she just chucks things with that punch. I can't believe I got away with deflecting that in time there. Oh, he didn't go off, but he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Ooh. That's not the one I wanted to target. I wanted to finish this guy so it wasn't behind me. Woo. I got so thrown off because he was in the... Of course I got the life steal power up right after I died. At least now we know I did have that life left. This is just our last chance now, unless I can get another life somehow. So that's concerning. Yeah, I didn't figure you were going off with where I was positioned. But thankfully it helped me keep control anyway, so not the worst situation. Just could have been much better. But I tell you what, since we were torn between Intina here and Gray, we'll probably give Gray a shot when we fail out completely here. Hey, stop that. You know, if he's just gonna volunteer to get kicked off the map, I ain't gonna argue. Okay. I do like that you can actually hear them splashing in the distance, too, as they get knocked off. Huh? Oh, down the hole. Covered with leathery mail, he can't... Carries hellfire... Oh, I couldn't read that completely. The problem is that text is already really hard to read. And then they don't give you a lot of time on the load screen there. So I'm fighting a dragon. Okay, you do have a close attack, and you're just spamming it now. Okay. I can't get around behind him. There's an invisible wall there. Okay, he's just gonna keep doing that now, huh? So I think that's the play, is just dash in, hit him, dash out. But the problem is, I don't have health to be getting clocked by those claws either. At least the dash has enough iframes for me to get past the flame and have it count. He's so mad. Yep. I knew I went too early, but I'm like, maybe it'll work, and I get hit on the ground. The fact that every move they have has on the ground targeting is so mean. Like, I can only hit enemies that are on the ground with like 2 moves with her, and yet everything they have seems to hit on the ground. Just to confirm. Yeah, we were playing on normal. What other difficulties are there? We got hard and easy. Okay. Yeah, we'll stay on normal then. I don't know why they picked that menu sound, by the way. The beep, 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 beep. That is a real choice that they made there. Let's take a quick peek into the dual screen, because we're about to go into ads. It's here in a moment. Okay, yeah, there's a solid amount of characters to unlock, but obviously we do not have any other characters than the main 4.
Gray Bradford,
And since I don't have another controller plugged in, we can't do anything with that screen. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was, like, bot options or something for that. It's neat, though, that that's a 4-player or duel mode. I was expecting it to just be, like, a 2-player fight.
Character select.
Since the main mode, as you can see here, is only 2-player. So that's interesting.
Gray Bradford.
I'll go ahead and let his plot roll through again, since
A new legend
by
is
the
born.
time his plot's done rolling, the ads will start, and y'all won't miss anything meaningful that way. I'll just pause once we get into the stage, go do what I need to do, stretch, refill my water, all that, and then we'll come right back into the
front
stage.
of the wall of Albuheim.
Except, I forgot that he doesn't actually get a plot blurb on stage 0. Well, stage 0 takes like 2 seconds to clear anyway, so... Except the ads have kicked in now. Because I keep forgetting that when it says ads in 2 minutes, it means ads now. Well, back in a moment. We'll carry on once the ads are done. Okay, we're most of the way back from ads. I'm back from doing what I needed to do, more or less as well. Gonna do one quick thing on the side while we wait for the ads to finish, which should not take long at all. I'm basically just adding the flavoring I have to the water. Nothing interesting. This way, those who are like, what's that I hear popping open? That's what it is. Okay. Let's check on one more thing while we're waiting. Boy. Probably just block both of them and not have to deal with it. Don't worry about what I'm muttering about. People are just being annoying. The classic somebody brings up drama about somebody else and I'm like, I just don't care about either of these scenarios, so I'm probably just gonna toss you both in the bin and move on with my life so it's not there anymore. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Let's get back to gameplay, shall we? I would love to know why you did not target him properly there, Gray. That'd be great if you actually would aim where I tell you to aim. I've already forgotten how I was doing that big vertical attack. I know it was relating to the charge, and then I guess it was the hit. There we go, that's what it was. It was circle. Because it would make more sense that it was like a hold off of the regular attack, but it's actually the horizontal that makes that attack happen. What's back? Okay, no, this is an invisible wall. Okay. Because I remembered I wanted to see if there was anything else to that stage, because it looked like there was, despite the fact that we kept automatically leaving. Turns out, a whole lot of nothing there. Just an invisible wall. So I have to assume we're gonna go to Castle of Immortal, then Altar of Ritual, and then end up at the same place.
Basil VII received a report that demons had appeared and started destroying the entire kingdom. Looking at this incident as a conjuncture, the king ordered up the royal knights
So much
and
in the
Senate
way of
for an
weird word
investigation.
choice in this game.
They decided to send the Knights of Gendarmerie to the Castle of Immortal for the inspection. Among them was the swordsman in Indigo, a former sergeant in the segment, turned to an intelligent agent. Lastly, he had a mission.
Like, I have to assume that this is just like a localization failure in a lot of ways with this one. Like, I have no problem with the guy voicing the reading there. Though he's got some interesting accent shifting that happens in there, but that's neither here nor there. I do think it's just like weird localization for the writing. Yeah, I didn't think he had much health left. I didn't think he was gonna be able to reach. Anything in this box? Nope, of course not. I do think this is a harder stage 2 compared to the House of the Spirits, which is weird, because you would think the first two characters would be the ones getting the easier set, and then the second two characters would be the ones getting the harder set, because they would be the harder characters to use. But that's not the case here. Because you've got a lot of enemies with more reach in the form of all these knights, not to mention they're decently durable. The mid-boss with the dual blades is rough. You also have these wizards to contend with. Meanwhile, in the castle, in the House of the Spirits, for those who missed me doing that stage, it's just a bunch of bats and zombies, and then some monks. Like, it's really a massive difference between the stages. I don't
The
understand.
seal has been broken.
And that's not even me saying that as me complaining, it's me just genuinely confused. Like, I don't understand why they did it this way. Because you would figure, realistically, if people didn't take the time to actively look through all the characters, they would just pick Gray and go. And then they'd end up dealing with this stage immediately. I feel like that makes the learning curve here way harsher than it may otherwise be. Which, you know, there's a place for that, because at the very least that equips you for dealing with everything else, technically. But mixed results as to how well that actually helps the player at all. And again, if this is designed to imitate arcade methodologies, then it, of course, also kind of doesn't matter one way or the other there, because it's there to kill you anyway. It's there to kill you and take your quarters. But the limitation on continues here does show that it at least went beyond that to the point where it didn't give you infinite. There's a lot of things that move from one to the other would either let you earn more continues, or they would just give you infinite. This is an interesting in-between as far as those go, is more accurate to what I'm trying to get at. Because if you take very old beat-em-ups, for example, like back in like SNES, NES era, coming off of arcade ideas into home consoles, they would either give you, like, say, 3 continues, but they would also give you a set of lives as well. And usually ways to earn one or the other, or both. And then you have scenarios like this, where you have one set of lives that you get right off the rip, and that seems to be all you get. So I don't know if you can really blame coming off of arcade ideas, now that I think about it a bit more, for how this is or not. Like, part of it depends on where the developers for this game came from. And I don't mean, like, what nation or what have you, like, who did they work for before? What companies are they former devs of? Or is this, like, a brand new thing that they started up and did? Because all of that matters. Because lessons are learned differently depending on what group you're with when you're learning that. Okay, got through that better than we usually did. I do really feel like our specials are really lackluster on a whole other note, because everybody has the same special, and all it does is just make a basic radial area around you that pushes things away and does a modicum of damage. That's another kind of mid thing for this game. Which again, you know, when you're playing things that are unknown, a lot of them are unknown for a reason. Don't get me wrong about that. As much as people like to claim bias and such, bias is a factor, but you also have to understand that sometimes things just didn't work out. I'm glad I got that spirit as collateral damage, but this is another thing. They've scattered so many boxes in this stage, none of them have anything in them. Just so many empty boxes that mean nothing. I love when my move doesn't do what I tell it to. Like, every time you see me do that sweeping attack and then just kind of afterwards, that's me trying to do this and it doesn't do it. Despite me doing the exact same input. Let's continue one, which is really bad to have used already, but such is the way of things. Maybe we'll get lucky in the next stage and it won't be as overwhelming as this one is, but I find that unlikely to be the case.
The seal has been broken.
Part of me is curious what boss Bud would get here versus the boss Gray gets, because Raybrandt and Tina both had different bosses at the end of the what is the... It's something of spirits, and I've just blanked on what the other stage. Whatever the hell that other stage's name is. Home of the Spirits or something like that? My brain kept going to castle, for those wondering why I suddenly had a struggle there. Is I'm in a castle, so brain's like, oh yeah, it's a castle. It's like, no, it's not Castle of the Spirits, though. It's something else. Because this is Castle of Immortal, but the other one is a different name. I would like to get to do things, please. Stop that. I still get tornadoed anyway, huh? Stop that. This is yet another reason why I say this stage is a lot harder. Those wizards are just so mean. Well, I get a special charge back. Hooray. There go those weird iframes again. Nope. You ain't getting me this time. I saw you doing that. Like, at least the wizards are fragile as they should be. Hang on, we need to discuss something after I deal with this guy. Did anybody else notice the fact that I did the horizontal attack and it hit the guy that was on the ground, but the vertical attack doesn't hit the guy that's on the ground? Game design. Like, look at that. That sword just phased through him. I just don't understand. Like, at least big guy by himself, not really an issue. Just hit and run him until he dies. It's not really a thing. There he goes. Not a single power-up to be had, though, huh? Not a thing. Okay. Yeah, protection. Better than nothing. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Oh, he was dead. I was like, wait, that should have done the knockback. Why did it do the knockback? I missed. No. Really? You can just keep doing that faster than I can get up and attack you, huh? I am actually getting annoyed now. I was fine before, but that one kind of is getting me a bit. That one's too much. The other finicky bits are at least kind of funny. You're at least like, okay, yeah, sure. Why not? It's a little janky. But him just constantly being able to just hit me every time I got up before I was allowed to press any buttons really is annoying. Because you probably could hear the mashing that was happening where I was trying to do literally anything. And it was just like, nah, no, he just gets to infinite you with tornadoes. Hope you like tornadoes, because that's your life now.
The seal has been broken.
Goodbye, chair. That jar respawned. I definitely broke that earlier. And of course it had health after I died. Of course it did. Well, moving right along. Any feeling of envy has gone in oblivion. No glimmer of light can be seen anywhere. Totally unlike before. Oh, this is the fallen angel from before, because that's the same text. And that's the same, like, feathers as well. Huh. So it's got a repeating boss in 2 different locations. Interesting.
Kill you.
The white tomb, the fallen angel of fear.
She's gonna be a lot harder for Gray, though, I think. His Gray's attacks are slower. We're more likely to get blasted back by things like that. And I also can't just, like, hit and run, necessarily. Okay, I can still get out of that, it's just harder to do. I shouldn't have gotten greedy there. Oh, and you can just hit me while I'm on the ground, because of course everybody in this goddamn game can. Okay. I think she might be a bit upset. I love how she gets priority over me when she's the one who gets hit. Like, I charged her, and then I didn't get to move after my attack, but she attacked immediately. I swear.
Go to next stage.
Like, you would think you'd have a recovery priority there, but you don't.
The inspection brought him to the highest ranked demons called the Tribe of Darkness. What is happening here in this kingdom?
Doom, destruction, disaster.
On the way of his return to the kingdom, another mission of investigating the Altar of Ritual is ordered from the Senate. The mission is to find the wizard who seems to be deeply involved in this phenomenon.
Wizard of Oz?
The Knights of Gendarmerie must be the Royal Knights. Being confused by the Senate's direct order to the Knights of Gendarmerie, he aimed at the Altar of Ritual.
These start out making sense, and then the last, like, paragraph of these, it just feels like it just falls apart. I don't really understand where their line of thought goes with these sometimes.
The Altar of Ritual.
Okay, so more of, like, the starting enemies here as well. Because this is Gray's equivalent of that maze stage we did with Tina. At least I would assume that's what's lining up here. And these are where this is where the plant's first forms come from that we saw in the second form of in the Crystal Cave. Okay. So I guess these are like the low-ranking members of the Tribe of Darkness. And then the big guys with the 2 heads are probably higher ranking than these, and it just keeps going from there. Yep, here comes a bunch of them. You're different. You also can tell their health from the mini-map, by the way. I only just put that together. And you can tell how strong an enemy is because they start with yellow health instead of green, for example. Like, these regular guys all start with yellow health and go to red. Meanwhile, the greenish-yellow guy here starts with green health, goes down to yellow, and then goes down to red. That's actually kind of a neat way to show their health without having it take up more screen real estate. I actually have to give credit where it's due on that thought. It does admittedly make it harder for people to spot that that's what's happening. But, you know, that's what happens when you're trying to save space. Is sometimes the conveyance gets more difficult.
The seal has been broken.
This section's gonna be real long, huh? So we gotta go all the way up there, go around, go back, and go up there. Like, that's most of the stage, is this section. Okay, these are the same as the ones we saw in the field. They're just really, like, overly lit up for some reason in spots. Howdy, Jay. How's it going? Did not mean to use that. I forgot what button I wanted for that exact second. That's what I wanted to do. Knock him off the bridge. There we go. Oh, they're dropping boulders. Sounds good. I'm doing fine. Tired today. That's why we're playing something just kind of silly and simple. But, you know, it's all going as well as anything can be expected to go these days. Really could have used a health pickup in there, not another special charge game, but okay. They really want you to be using this special, like, as much as possible, I guess. Considering they let you charge it, and they give you pickups that give you more charges of it. Okay, at least now I don't have anybody behind me to kill me. There you go. Really need a heal, though. Especially since now there's two of them. Yep, I was afraid of that. That's why I was like, I don't know if I should commit on that move, and yet I did it. I was trying to finish that fight faster so I wouldn't make a different mistake. And, well, results are what they are. I love when that attack just stops working. There it goes. Like, it's the classic scenario of doing the same thing and expecting different results is supposed to be the definition of insanity, and yet, with these kind of games, you actually just have to expect different things to happen. Because it will happen. Okay, that one's dead. It may also be that it just doesn't work on certain enemies, maybe? Like, maybe these guys are too heavy for that move to work? No, because I just did it there. Huh. So weird. Like, it may also be that it just has way more precise timing than I'm realizing, and I have no way to accurately judge that because of all the different angles that the move happens at. Oh good, we finally got a healing item. It only took, like, an entire stage for another one to show up. Which is fine in most beat-em-ups, but these stages are kind of long for there to be so many empty item boxes. Thanks, game. Thanks for not really following what I told you to do at all. Okay. It's a toss-up which situation we're worse off in. The situation we were in with Tina in the last attempt, or the situation we're in right now. I have a feeling like we're in a worse position right now. Okay, this guy can be juggled. This is already way better news than most any other boss in this game so far. The fact that this guy's juggleable makes him, like, just the easiest boss in this game, basically. As if... Why did it go that way? I didn't tell him to slide that way at all. He was supposed to go straight at the Minotaur, and he decided, nope, I'm gonna go to the right and hit the Goblin. These fucking boulders. I thought it was gonna move down faster, and it didn't. Which, that's my fault, but I'm still mad at the boulder anyway. This game has some very odd inconsistencies, I think is the best way to put this thought, really, at the end of the day. Getting real tired of just getting casually tapped by that guy over and over again because he just doesn't get hit for some reason. He's just like the exact right angles to avoid getting hit. Because you probably can't tell looking at it, but there's some very weird spacing in these paths here too. Look at how far off of that wall, for example, I'm pushed. It's real awkward in there. For those wondering, like, why didn't you just move around and hit him? It's like, it doesn't have as much space as it looks in here. And that multi-stab is actually, like, the worst thing half the time, if I'm honest. I wish I could more reliably not do it. Okay, good. That killed him. No. Just not having any of that right now. Don't ask why my regular attacks actually hit that guy on the ground this time. I don't know if I'm gonna worry about that anymore. I feel like I'm just going to upset myself further if I think about it any further. Oh my god. Like, they suddenly just became, like, that slight bit more proactive, and they've just become such a nuisance as a result of it. Is they do their jump from just far enough away that you can't really stop them if you're in the middle of doing anything else. So I'm just getting chipped to pieces by these guys. No items again, huh? Why even have these boxes? Like, is it a random chance that they have something? I feel like that's not true, because every box we've had items in, anytime I've redone a stage, they've had items in those boxes again. So it's like, what's going on then? Why do half these boxes even exist? Became invincible, okay. I feel like that invincibility is not really well placed, considering there's just 2 guys here. I feel like that would have been better earlier when there was like 6 enemies in the room, but I'll take it, because at least it was useful. And for anybody, it's like, why don't you just use the stun more? It's like, well, it's kind of slow to use, is the problem, really. Like, when you're fighting just one guy, it works fine. And occasionally duos like that, but you'll notice they wake up from stun before your combo finishes, so it's kind of the same as if you didn't do it. Arguably. Because a lot of the time these enemies just kind of hang out for a while anyway. So I feel like the amount you gain is not actually that much from that. And I'd be better served just doing what I just did there and just continue raging impacting. Which, the fact that his move is half the name of the game, I have to assume, yet again, Gray is the main character. He's the balanced guy, he's the first character, and, like I said, his move name is Raging Impact in Raging Blades, so it kind of makes sense. The flesh without any emotion just continues atrocity, and I didn't get to read it. Something about reckless is abandonment or something at the end there. Just a big guy with a hammer. Okay. Hello, Cyclops.
Cyclops.
Oh, you did multiple swings. Okay, I thought he was just gonna swing once and be done with it. Okay, you're just kind of belly bouncing around now. Oh, you are going to be a real nuisance. Like, I thought you were going to be a bit better than the Catoblepas fight, but I'm now less certain about that. Though at least you can be staggered, I did notice that. I just don't know if I have the health to manage to utilize that when he half the time just super armors through my attacks. Like, since he doesn't, like, light up or anything when he's doing certain moves, you can't really tell what moves he has armor for and which ones he doesn't. Like, he's guarding there. You can very clearly tell that's happening. Like, notice how sometimes I do the same thing and he staggers, and sometimes he doesn't. That's what I'm like, I don't understand the cues here.
Continue the mission.
But because he was staggerable, that was still way better than the Catoblepas fight was.
Go to next stage.
I wasn't just getting spammed to death with spin moves. Oh, that's... okay.
Once again, it came in the battle with the Tribe of Darkness. He couldn't find any clues for the wizard, nor for the phenomenon in the Altar of Ritual. What's the real purpose of the mission? Who is the wizard? What does the Senate know? He got a new order to investigate the Cave of Vortex.
So they all meet up there then, because Tina ended up there. That's where we lost most of the Tina run. I wonder if they're referring to Raybrandt with the wizard thing, because it did kind of imply that Raybrandt was guilty of part of this situation in the beginning of his plot as well.
Cave of Vortex.
So I wonder how much of this stage is going to be the same for Gray as it was for Tina. So far it's looking like everything is basically the same. But we've only just started the stage, so we'll see if it stays that way or not. Special charge. Unfortunately, I think we came into here actually with either the same or less continues than we had with Tina as well, so we're in largely the same position. Which is going to very obviously impede us getting a win here today. Admittedly, didn't intend to get a win today, wasn't really expecting to even get far. This was just kind of me just giving this game a shot. Because I didn't see this on any of the How Long to Beat lists I was looking at previously that I can recall. Oh, actually, no, I think, yeah, his enemy lineup's a little different. Because the pink guys were here, but I don't think the two-headed guys were here for Tina. Because weren't we already dealing with skeletons this early on into the stage? Or am I just forgetting because we plowed through these guys faster? I'm like 80% sure that there were skeletons already. Like it was skeletons and plants right after the first couple pink guys. Really not sure though. Like, you would think I would remember something from just, like, a little bit ago, but like I said before, I'm not on today, really. Like, the closest to on this week I think I've been was when we played Hades at the beginning of the week. It's kind of been downhill in a lot of ways otherwise. And I don't say that purely just like, oh, things have just sucked all week. Like, just energy level, I think I've been on a downturn in the latter half of this week. It's more what I'm getting at with that. But, you know, as a week goes, you are going to get tired. That is kind of expected. It's different in this particular case. And some of it's, of course, you know, strained from the fact that I have a whole show I'm planning and everything. I've really not been doing that much additional planning for that, if I'm real with y'all. Like, I've got basically the entire thing laid out in my mind and already discussed with the first guest. Which, since it's been partially revealed now, the first guest is meant to be Vale. We'll see if she ends up actually managing to make it work for next week, but... Okay, no, you do still have skeletons, okay. if things don't end up working out for Vale to be the first guest, I do have a backup. And if Vale does end up being guest one, the one who I have already tapped for the backup will be the guest for next month's episode. After next month, then I will be calling for people that are interested again. I love when that move just stops working. Yep. As soon as I started that dash, I'm like, that looks like it's not gonna hit. And lo and behold, didn't hit. Not that there was anything I could have done to bail out of that situation. Like, that's peak time for that's when he knew he fucked up. Yep, it's lizard time again. Thankfully, this guy was not that bad once we figured out what he was doing. The worst part of fighting him was just the fact that he's got a bunch of buddies. And he also reaches outside of his attack range, apparently. Didn't realize that till now. Unless maybe one of the skeletons hit me, even though that didn't look like they should have reached either. That could also... No, he does hit outside of his range. Okay. Game design. Like, I wish my special was, like, half as effective as the AoE moves all the bosses have. Because theirs do actual damage. Windows, fuck off, or I will find a way to rip your code to shreds. For the love of God. That is now twice during this stream Windows has bitched at me about an update. Despite me literally telling it to queue that update for literally days from now. I swear. Just have no patience for that today. Okay. We have 2 continues left still, so we're not done, but we're not looking great. Not good enough. He's not dead. There we go. We are not in a good way at the moment. But we are making it to where the boss is, so we'll see. I think that... No, I think this is about the same distance, actually. So I think we were on this final run up to the boss when we lost with Tina as well. Or did we get to it? I genuinely... not certain. No, it was definitely in this hallway that we died before. This was the headbutting guys that ruined our whole day. There we go. At least I got it to work for him. He's the one I really needed gone. I love when I just get out prioritied even though I started my move first. I get the feeling history's gonna repeat itself. Especially since our big knockback move just refuses to happen now. We never saw a single, like, lifesteal power-up in this stage for Gray either. Okay. Kindly fuck off with that!
Raging impact.
Couldn't even, like, Raging Impact out of that or anything. I was just getting perma-juggled. Oh, and my attack was literally hitting him, and he hits me out of it. Okay, sure, why not? Man, that was just disgusting. Everything about that was not okay. And it's just gonna keep happening, huh? They've just decided my attacks don't fucking matter.
Raging impact.
I don't know what it is and why this is just suddenly, like, stopped working. It even does the exact same moves. It just doesn't do the move it's supposed to. Oh, now you decided to work. Now that I'm getting mad at you, I do the same thing and get different results again. Fun fact, game, that doesn't make me less mad at you. That did not, in fact, actually help at all. Oh, and now I get a healing item, of course. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did read this. We were fighting the dragon, and when that's when we died. Which is gonna happen again. Just to be clear, we're gonna die to this now, because I do not have the lives or the health for this. At least we have a little bit more reach with this guy, so we can probably more reliably just do the dash and slash and then get away. You know, when it doesn't just pass through him harmlessly like that. Like, I fully acknowledge that I dashed slightly too early there, but just like, come the fuck on, game. Could you cut me any slack at all? Answer, no, of course not. Like, it's bad enough that doing it this way, we're doing next to no damage at all. Like, my regular attacks are just, like, doing no damage to this fucking thing anyway. Which is in and of itself kind of fucking stupid. Like, why is this thing so much tankier than everything else? Not to mention he has multiple moves that counter you being close to him, so you can't even, like, reliably hit him. Yep, and we're dead. We got further into his health bar than we did with Tina, I think. But boy, oh boy, is that boss design of all time. Was really banking on not having to fight that thing with Gray was part of why I was willing to make the switch and hope for the best.
Character select.
I'm gonna try Raybrandt again. So I want to see something.
A new legend is born.
Is we learned a bit about how the moveset in this game worked after we played him. So I want to see if that information benefits me at all. Because he felt like the... I don't want to say the worst character, but he felt like the one with the most problems. Okay, that is how that works. So he does actually have a... There we go. Now we've got something. Like, that was the biggest issue, I guess, then, was figuring out how the charge moves worked properly. As you'll note, he's the only one with a circle attack that doesn't stun out of the entire lineup. It's like, I think even Bud's circle attack's stunned. I'm already forgetting, because we didn't spend that much time as Bud, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And of course, being a wizard, there's a world in which he's just like a better second player character. Or at least a better character played when you're not playing solo. That is an entire world that does exist. But it seems like a lot of his damage was hiding in that charge attack. Because he felt like he just like had the worst damage output of the whole lineup. Despite having range. Yeah, it was House of Spirits. For some reason, my brain just kept saying, no, it's not House of Spirits, it's something else. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure it's House. But for anybody who came in after I had last done this stage, you'll see the massive difference between the Castle of Immortal in this stage. His Castle of Immortal, right off the rip, sends those knights after you. Here, we've just got zombies and a handful of bats. And the zombies don't even have that much health. Like, you'll notice they start out on the minimap red, because they just have that little health. That's satisfying. Like, when it works, just that lightning bolt just obliterating things is very satisfying. Now that we know how that works. And I do appreciate that you can pull it early. I think if we do get to the cave with Raybrandt, he might actually be the best choice, because he has a nice, reliable way of knocking people into the pits.
The seal has been broken.
I'm also curious if he's going to take the same path completely that Tina did, or if he's going to go to the ritual spot and then come back, or anything like that. Like, does he go to the labyrinth, or does he go ritual? That's the interesting question of the day. On my mind right now. Like, I can literally just spam this from, like, the edge of the screen and just win all of these encounters. And look at that! His basic attack hits them on the ground. What a concept. Well, sometimes hits them on the ground. Over their head, huh? That one didn't go over his head. Oh, so he does have other moves. Okay. But you have to try to use them while he's in sword mode. Once he starts throwing the fireballs, it doesn't work. Okay. We do have ads coming up in just a moment, though, so bear that in mind. We will be pausing for the ads here in just a quick moment. Okay, so he's actually got a convenient knockdown as well, which will be... Get a load of that! He's just in a bubble. 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 Oh, and multiple bubbles, too. Huh. My opinion of Ray Brandt is massively changing now that I understand the game more. So it was what I theorized the first time then, that he's just the most complicated one to make work, rather than being just the weakest. But as I said, it's ad time, so we will pause here for a moment. Arguably, I could run back through this since we did this stage already, but in case people weren't here when I did it before, I'll go ahead and just wait. And this gives me a chance to handle a couple things off to the side as well. This way, there's less bookkeeping I have to do after stream. Makes everything a little bit easier, you know? I will also quickly get up for a second, so I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, we're just about back from ads, so we will be getting back in action here in just a second. Welcome back from ads, everyone. I'm just finishing up a snack right quick, so just give me one quick second and we'll be fully back in action. That's one of those mixes of the last thing I need is to A, choke on stream, and B, be munching on something in the middle of trying to talk to y'all. Okay. Let's get back to it. You ever have one of those moments where you walk away and you just unlearn like half of what you learned? 'Cause that's what's happened right now, I think. Oh, he actually lived through that. I guess it missed him. I was watching the mini-map as I'm like, that dot's gonna disappear. Didn't disappear. Oh. Okay, you got Power Fire this time. So it isn't set in stone what that power-up is, then. Yeah, we're not going to be able to take advantage of that at all. Okay. Thankfully, they stood still for that. I do kind of wish more of the enemies in this game got scenes like this. I think I know why this guy's here now as well, the extra guy. Just purely to try to prevent you from just trying to, like, spam this guy to death in any way, I think. Like, he's got answers to, like, everything. But not, like, ridiculously so. You know, plus or minus when he just decides to be timed perfectly to keep you locked for a while. That's not great. Like, when the fight boils down to whoever can combo the other one infinitely to death first wins, it's not exactly great, but it's still better than the later ones, where you don't even have the chance to try to combo them. You just have to kind of just endure. That's the biggest weakness we have right now, is how easily we can be knocked out of our charge. Well, coupled with the jank this game has to begin with, where sometimes it just doesn't do what you tell it to anyway. I also kind of wish the running attacks were actually based off the dash instead of just moving. It makes it hard to reposition yourself to do something and not just have the dash attack happen instead. That might be the move with this guy, though, is just Shadow Impulse everybody down and then charge something up to hit them. On these stairs, though, not really going to be that great a play, as you have seen how that worked out. Not to say that it doesn't work, it's just less effective. Forgot how high these stairs go. That lightning bolt is just so good. I don't know how I played this without it for as long as I did. Like, don't get me wrong, it makes the movement less interesting when I'm just sitting here just firing lightning bolts at things over and over again. But with how this game's been treating me, you know what? I think I'm allowed a treat of just blasting everything with lightning for a while. Oh, it even works on the big guys, too. Look at that. Well, when I charge it correctly. Two of those take out a big knight. Okay, good to know. Thing is, we do have to get through the big crowd without losing a life, ideally. And let me tell you, I don't think that's happening. Especially when the game does me in like that, when I did not want to do that move. Now I wanted to do that move. I just needed to do a fast shot that time. Ooh, Power of Vampire. And we're dead before I got to use it because it used the wrong damn move. I swear the game did that to me on purpose, too. It's like, oh, we're gonna give him the power-up that he thinks he needs there, but it's not gonna work. Down to life already. Tragic. Oh, that has enough reach to reach me. Of course it does. How much fucking range do you have with those stupid slow-flying orbs? Yeah, you know, don't do anything, Raybrant. You know, just stare at them. It's gonna be fine. Literally sitting there holding the two buttons like an asshole with nothing happening. I wanted to do the sword swing, but I forgot that it was Circle that does that. Since he does the sword attacks on X, it makes so much more fucking sense that it would have been on X. Yeah, you know, just keep targeting the one it won't fucking hit. Why not, you dumb bastard? This is why wizards are not as effective as you might think, because they spend their whole day staring into a book and never learn how to apply their damn spells in a useful context. Yep, just gonna keep happening. Problem is, his regular attacks are just nowhere near as effective. So trying to fight these guys with them is just not good either. Like, we're just kind of fighting a losing battle here, arguably. Because they can guard against my attacks. When there's multiple of them, they clearly just do the, hey, I'm just gonna sit here and pelt you to death thing that they've been doing. It's like you get kind of left in a there's no winning here scenario. Because while it's the best move he's got, it also has limited reach. More limited than you might think, because how does that not reach there, but it reached the other one? I don't understand. Like, that's more the issue with it, is that the range is inconsistent. There's like a weird layout to the spread. No, spread's not the word I want for it. I don't even know. Its warped mind longs for gloomy relief. The depressed flesh reeks of evil. Yeah, because there's this fucking thing that that Raybrandt fights. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Okay, he's got spit, he's got slap. He's got whatever that was going to be. It looks like I just win this fight with lightning. Yeah, that was just a gimme with the lightning move. Okay. I thought that fight was bad, because I tried to just physically attacking him, and the slapping he does just counters like everything you try to do. It's annoying as hell.
Go to next stage.
But I'll trade the life from before for dealing with him. That's fine. Welcome back, Jay. Oh, he does go to Altar of Ritual instead of the cave, instead of the labyrinth.
Just stood there frozen, watching his master, Necromancer, Capricorn, was taken away by the demon. He doesn't remember how he left the place, but he knows precisely what he must do now. A lot of lives have been taken away. After a lot of lives have been taken away, the advent of the Tribe of Darkness doesn't allow him to waste any time.
I don't know why they repeated that one line. Also, his master being a necromancer definitely makes me lean toward Raybrandt might be part of the problem and is now solving it because he feels bad about being part of the problem. Yeah, the reading pace is leaves a little bit to be desired. Of course that didn't reach. Why would it reach? Yep, just don't aim that properly at all. Don't do what I tell you to. Why would you? Like, I said it earlier, but I will definitely say it every time, that I blame localization for the way the exposition in this game is. I feel like it probably was better written in Japanese where it came from. don't know why they just stand here and let me do that. Like, they really should stop me when I'm doing my very slow, long charge move. I suppose it's kind of like the we gotta let him transform, it's only fair scenario. We wouldn't want to fight him at anything other than his strongest, clearly. Idiotic statement that is. Nope, you get away from me. Okay, he did die. In hindsight, I probably should have been using the charge moves a bit more with Gray as well. But by the time we got to the point where it was feeling like I was gonna need to use that, I forgot that it was an option, and I got a little overloaded with all the enemies running at me constantly. And you know, hindsight will always tell you so many things that you could have thought of before. Never choosing to be helpful in the moment, because why would it? It wouldn't be hindsight if it was on time. I need to remember that orb move exists more, too. You know, when it decides it wants to work, is I'm doing the exact input it needs, and it's just like, nah, I don't feel like it. Because it's just 2 hits and then a heavy E attack, and suddenly they are bubble. But sometimes I swear it buffers like an extra X that I did not press. I may just be going too fast for my own good as well, so it might be not reading properly. I pressed the button that was supposed to throw the lightning before you hit me. You're a dick. Wait. Huh. I saw the stun animation start when I hit him with a fireball there, and I was confused because it didn't stun before, so why did it stun now? Oh, come on. Why did you choose the further away target, you stupid bastard? Because I have no control over who he targets with that, for those wondering. Like, it's controlled by facing a little bit, but he has clearly shown that he can and will pivot hard for something that he can hit. And he just sometimes does it, sometimes doesn't. And I got no answers for you on that one. Other than, I wish I knew. Oh, come on! The amount of random fucking iframe-based nonsense these guys have. He was fully standing up by the time that attack... Well, he was 90% stood up by then. I can be hit at that point. They can't be hit at that point. Which is stupid. Like, if you're gonna have it be that way, at least make it consistent for both sides. Nah. I pulled that one early. I knew you were gonna go for it. Never gets old watching them just fly off the screen. You know, fuck you. Like, the knockback on that is just so silly. Like, hey, what if I sent you and your friends to the next zip code? Goodbye. Really could use a power-up right about now, but there's none to be had, cause this game hates me. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Best part is these two-headed guys have a ranged attack they could be using against me. They just choose not to for some reason. I can't even say that I'm like in a ranged sweet spot because they've thrown it at that distance before. So I can't really be blamed for them not acting on the option to deal with me. Okay, there's nothing down that end. I was really hoping for a healing item. So I'm gonna get bouldered. 100% gonna get bouldered. Okay, we healed a little bit. Not as much as I'd hoped for, but I'll take it. Trying to come back over this way so I get away from the boulders, but lead them into the boulders. There we go, more of them are dead. I really should have lured them down here when I was playing as Gray, too, because this makes it a lot easier to deal with them rather than them spawn on my head. You know, sometimes you just make bad decisions in the name of trying to play fair. Or a little bit. You missed, that's on you. Okay. And it warped me up here to fight the Minotaur anyway, so this worked out perfectly. And remember, we did learn we can stagger the Minotaur. You know, unless he just happens to start swinging literally the second his scene ends. I guess that's a thing he can do. I continue to question whether this wizard is at all intelligent. He decided, oh, I'm gonna charge at the little guy instead of the Minotaur you clearly indicated for me to charge at. So now I wasted like 6 special attack charges. This game's targeting is so fucking garbage sometimes. Really? Oh, good, he can be hit by the boulder, too. That's helpful. Tell you what, then. You come down here. Come down here and fight me. Fight me. Not fucking Team Weenie Hut Jr. here. You. You fight me. Fight me. What's the matter? You mad about that? Oh, stupid fucking game and its stupid auto charge. I just wanted to walk forward and hit him with the fucking attack, but no, he decides to do the dash attack and get himself killed because he's a goddamn fool. Oh, now the boulder shows up on this side. It only took fucking hour. I hate it here when that shit happens.
The seal has been broken.
Just tried to do one funny thing and the game just, no, doesn't want anything fun to happen. No, nothing's allowed to be good. Ever again. Christmas is ruined. Yeah, this is the place where we started really having trouble with Gray again. These guys just kept lining up like perfectly to attack me anytime I started attacking any of them. Fun fact, you can, as you've seen, I can cancel that attack early. But there's a specific point where it doesn't let you do that anymore. Like, there's a very specific couple frames where you're just fucked if they rush you. And I don't understand why. Again, it's another one of those inconsistencies. Because I swear sometimes it'll let me release it partway through some of the animation, and then other times it won't. And I'm not getting good feedback as to exactly when and why. So, God, good feedback's hard to find no matter what context you're looking at it for. And I don't mean that in terms of positive feedback, even. I just mean feedback that's useful in general. Like, I've ranted about this before, but it is so frustrating at times trying to get feedback about things you're trying to make changes on or figure anything about. Is not even counting the people that will at least react and say positive things. Like, there's just so little information out there for some things sometimes. Like, you'll ask an open question and just get left twisting in the wind with nothing to work with. Knowing full well that people have an answer, they just choose not to give you an answer. And again, and just in case anybody tries to take this and make it about someone, this is about no one in particular. This is just like a general issue that continuously drives me insane. Like, useful constructive feedback just seems like it's a thing that just doesn't fucking exist. What I've noticed is it'll frequently turn into one of two things. Either people will just say positive things and refuse to actually, like, react to the flaws that you're trying to fix, or you'll be given a solution that is completely different from what you're trying to solve. Like, oh yeah, you can do it by just doing this completely different thing. And it's like, no, I want to fix the thing that I'm doing, not get rid of the thing I'm doing and replace it with this entirely different thing you're talking about. Like, sure, for some things, replacing, say, a program with a different program, that makes nothing but sense, potentially. So you have that whole learning curve issue all over again if you're replacing a program with another program. Don't get me wrong, I will happily, well, maybe not happily, point out that I am not exactly the best one for receiving feedback. I have definitely responded poorly to feedback in the past. But I think it's also fair to say that it's hard to respond positively to feedback when it is presented poorly as well. Like, when your feedback's presented in the form of, everything you do sucks, here's why it sucks, and you just need to just throw this all out, it doesn't really help anybody. Because, you know, at that point, you kind of stop being... It stops being feedback, and it turns into just shitting on the person. I love that they get priority over every move I make. I fucking love that. 'Cause you may, again, have heard me mashing the special button so that as soon as I had control, he should have done the special. And he just sat there and just get uppercutted over and over again instead. Here we go again! Yay! Oh, it worked this time, though. Yay! They've already taken enough of a tithe of my health, I guess. I'm now allowed to actually participate it again. How many of you fucking guys spawn in this one little fucking hole? No, you're not allowed to play anymore. Fuck you, the bands you like, the horse you rode in on, and your entire species. You're trying to tell me that entire fire spread is not enough to kill you?
The seal has been broken.
Good lord. The flesh without any emotion just continues atrocity. Oh, it's the ogre again. Okay. Cyclops, ogre, whatever the fuck you want to call this stupid thing. I wasn't sure if I was gonna get a different boss here, considering sometimes you get a different boss and sometimes I guess you don't. Once again, if you just fucking listen to directions, you stupid wizard, you would live much longer all the time. It's like every time he does that charge attack, instead of doing the lightning bolt that I tell him to do, it is 100% his own fault that he's gonna get hit. And of course a boulder just conveniently landed where I went. Okay. Well, we're gonna come out of this fight way better than we otherwise could have. You know, ignoring the fact that he just doesn't fucking want to take damage now. Yep, now everything's just gonna line up wrong and be a pain in my ass. Just goddamn die! You and your bullshit iframes when you're slamming your overweight ass on the floor. Oh, and I get chain stunned, too. What? Come the fuck on. I nearly died just because an array of I cannot hit you happened. I love that for me. Oh, okay. That's poorly timed, but I'll deal with that later.
Go to next stage.
And of course, everybody's path converges at the Cave of Vortex.
To the altar of ritual, he's aware that the tragedy that invaded the Forbidden Realm, taking innocent people's lives, was not an illusion. Tracing the master, he must find that the demon hasn't been intergeared yet, on its way to the realm of God. He decided to pass through the Cave of Vortex to reach the Tower of Apocalypse, which led him to the realm of God.
Okay, I was real forgiving on a lot of the line reads in this game, but man, that last bit of exposition was painful. Like, I'm assuming they meant that it was like the demon hasn't been integrated or something like that. Integer just doesn't make sense. That word has no reason to be there, I'm pretty sure. And And it's another case of the seemingly random pronunciation choices with the line reads as well. I do think we have more lives coming into here than we have with anybody else so far, though. Despite the aggravations I was having at times, I think we are better off than we have been with anybody else up to this point. 'Cause I think Gray came in here with 3, and Tina had only the 2. Now, admittedly, I don't know what the hell Raybrandt's gonna do about the dragon. He's gonna have much the same problem everybody else did. I think. Because I can't just lightning the dragon to death. That's not gonna work. Because it has attacks that hit at all those angles and all those ranges. Purposely stopped so that I wouldn't do the wrong move and then I just get screwed instead. I really wish this game didn't have a lock-on system. Because you may not have ever noticed it, but it does actually lock on. A lot of the time when I'm turning and attacking, I'm not actually turning. If anything, half the time I'm turning the opposite way of where my character's turning, trying to do something else, and he decides he wants to do that more. Like, I didn't address that at all beforehand, because it really wasn't a problem a lot of the time. It was actually beneficial a good chunk of the time. But especially here with Raybrandt, it's been really, really problematic sometimes. Because it interferes with me doing what I need to do. Because sometimes I want to, like, spread those regular attack projectiles around or things like that, and I just can't do it. It doesn't let me. Because that would be the way to, like, repel multiple attackers better. You just can't do it.
Good. The seal has been broken.
And notice how they give you 2 heals there, but you're not gonna see another healing item, like, ever again in this game, for some reason. Like, I don't know why those 2 particular Gray 2-head guys get to drop healing items and nobody else is allowed to. Why are you just, like, the most annoying things? Why are you perfectly aligned to piss me off? See, that I'm a little more accepting of, him getting hit with the fireball but still hitting me. Because a fireball like that presumably has less stopping force than a sword through the chest does, for example. That they were hitting me through before. I really wish that fireball had more range. Like, it would give the fireball more of a reason to be used than it just being a wide shot. If it had just, like, a tiny little bit more range than the lightning. Or if it had even shorter range and did more damage. As it stands, it feels like it doesn't have much of an identity. Because most areas are thin enough that the lightning can hit all the things that are in front of you anyway. So it just feels largely pointless. Oh no, the floor. Ah. How did he he end up so far over here? Even with the knockback from the lightning, I feel like he went far. Okay. Yeah, see, he won't turn that far to target something. So if he had followed the full instruction I gave him, he would have been in the right angle already. Which isn't coming. Like, see, there's where the fire is actually kind of helpful. You can hit almost the same angle with the lightning. Like, I feel like if the comboing and everything was just like a little more fluid, this game probably would have actually kicked off hard. Hard and done well. But it's just stiff enough that it starts getting real frustrating after a while. Because they had good ideas here. That's something I want to stress, is I feel like there were good ideas here. Just not fully fleshed out and thought through. And not completely executed. There we go. That was obviously the cleanest Lizard Man fight we ever had. Okay. Power of fire. Power is mine. To not really get to use because I can't get a real set of attacks off against these guys. Because of how much coverage they have. Like, I would have been walking, like, right into a death trap to try to use that power up properly. I got all of them with it. Okay. And I'm trying desperately to preserve my lives, so I might actually be able to just force my way through the dragon fight a bit. Okay. Because he got pushed by the other guy, he was in range to hit me. Really, none of that hit you? Okay, game. Yeah, sure. Nope, you fuck right off with that. Of course, since they can stay on the ground for like 3 to 6 business days when they want to, they couldn't do any follow-up there. You get in the bubble. Pop the bubble. Oh, he died. Well, I didn't mean to pop the bubble either, by the way. That was supposed to be me starting the charge, but God forbid the double inputs actually fucking work half the time. Aim on command. There we go. That worked out perfectly. Once again, the stupid dash attacks that are very good for anybody else keeps getting this guy in trouble all the time. Like, maybe it's just me, but if your game has it be that easy to do the wrong input, you may have wanted to think your system through a little bit more. Still, we're still a life up compared to everybody else getting to this point, so I can't complain too much. I'm just mad that I lost all of those special charges again. Because half the time when I go to try to use it, I'm just not allowed to, because I'm either in my own animation already, or I get juggled by something.
The seal has been broken.
I do wonder if it's a case of, like, oh, they're putting more strain on the controls, so now all of the issues start becoming more and more glaring. Yep, you are still fighting the dragon. Okay.
The fight to dragon.
Yeah, see, I can definitely clock a lot more damage that way than anybody else was doing. You know, assuming any of the attacks actually make contact. I have a few lives to spare, so I can kind of cheese it a little bit, too. Not quite how I intended that to work out, but... The fact that that attack's the only way I can really reach him, though, without burning the time on a dash attack or something, is a problem. Because I don't have as much recovery as you might think I do. And if I input even slightly wrong, shit like that happens. Okay, I can get lightning in there quick enough, though. That entire sequence of events was fucking weird. Okay. How can you animation cancel like that? Come on now. Yep, I finally got by the bite. I knew I was gonna die to that at some point. Like, the fact that there's just no breathing space in this fight kinda sucks ass. Oh, just don't even start charging the lightning or anything. No, you don't need to do that. Because the thing is, you may have realized it by now, but that head swing is a counter. Every time you hit him hard enough, he head swings. So you're pretty much guaranteed to get hit by that head swing if you do the lightning. But that's the only thing that was doing any real damage, so I didn't really have a choice there. I don't know what the play there was, aside from take exponentially longer to do anything. But at least we made it out of that stage. We finally get to see the Tower of Apocalypse for probably like 5 minutes before I die a miserable death.
Estimate his ability. Or the demon's strength might be too powerful. He doesn't care about it anymore. Becoming irritated by himself, he looks up.
You know the feeling there.
Tower of Apocalypse is just in front of him.
See how bad this gets. I'm fully expecting this to be a disaster area, but maybe the cave's worse. We'll see.
The Tower of Apocalypse.
Oh, this already looks awful. Like, you're getting rushed right out the gate by at least one enemy. Oh, and those have a paralyze, too. And these guys do the wind thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, they are wizards. Okay. I couldn't tell as we panned past them because of the armor. So now I'm gonna be on the other end of lightning spam and everything because they're faster at casting than I am by far. Oh yeah, just attack the wrong way. Sure, why not? I love when my character just decides to spin around like a fucking asshole. How is this fair? How is anything about this fair? Answer, it isn't. This is the end of a game of this type, so of course it's not meant to be fair at all. Oh, you just summoned those, huh? Okay. That's honestly better than any of the other moves you could have made, though. Just keep doing that. How many of you jackasses are gonna spawn here? I beat the encounter game. Stop summoning piecemeal wizard assholes. Please. Of course you had iframes. You stood up, but nope, you have iframes. I stand up, I don't have iframes. Haha. Are you fucking kidding me? We're still not done yet? This is getting real old. Getting real tired of this. Oh, of course that didn't hit you. Oh, there's just a boss here now, too. Okay, I guess this is gonna be a boss rush? Oh, and you've got a wizard. You've got a wizard friend. I wish I had a wizard friend. That'd be great right about now. I could use him as a meat shield so I don't just get my shit pushed in constantly. Oh, of course, now that targeting I was complaining about just is given up. Let me guess, that guy's gonna respawn infinitely, isn't he? Yep, infinite wizards, yay! Game design. It's like, hey, we don't know how to make these bosses better, so let's just make them worse. Oh, good. He also learned to block, too. That's lovely for you, bud. I'm so happy for you. I'm dead. Last chance. Okay.
The seal has been
Oh, and look, we get a healing item way too late. Yay. The ads are coming up, but... well, no, I will wait for the ad. Though, that depends on if we even live long enough for the ads to trigger. But this is definitely my last attempt at this game. I'm over it. And I think that'll do it for today. Once the lives run out here. Hey, new enemy at least. That's fun. Absolutely dog shit camera angle, but you know, some positive at least. Really? Okay, the ads are here, though. Attack the orb, please. Thank you. Okay. Gonna go refill my drink, then we'll come back from the ads and see about either winning or losing. They really tried to make this song sound like it's a triumphant, you're gonna do it. I find it hard to feel that compulsion there. Considering the rate at which this fight's been going, but you know, there's always a chance. There's always a chance that this will turn around. What's this? Oh. Eh. I'm trying to catch up with a bunch of pings that also happened while the ads are going. I'll keep that one marked so I can deal with it after stream. Okay. But at least this way I don't have a random one down there at the bottom anymore distracting. And now I've got hiccups. Great. And shit. We should be back from ads before too awful long here, just keeping an eye on a few things while I wait the ads out. Huh? Oh, okay. Just a bunch of fixes. I saw like a big update for something and I'm like, wait a minute, that shouldn't be having that big an update already. That doesn't make sense. But it's just a bug fix patch that for some reason takes lots of space. Huh. I don't really know if that change needed to happen, but okay. Noted. Okay, we will be back in action here any second now, and then we'll see what happens. Oh, interesting. It shows game over for the other player, so... Oh, no. That means that's a shared life pool. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I realized something just as we were coming back. Those lives at the bottom there under the the minimap orb, they're shared between the two players. Because notice the game over up there for the second player. That means they can't jump in because there's no lives for them to jump in with. So that means if you're playing this two-player, you have half the lives, essentially, unless you do an uneven split. Oh, boy. I was gonna posit that this game probably would be easier in multiplayer, but with that realization in mind, I'm less convinced now. Like, you would theoretically have better field control in multiplayer, but it also depends on whether you can get in each other's way. Like, obviously, there's the friendly fire option that can be toggled on or off. But I'm wondering if, like, you physically can bump into each other and things like that as well or not. Because that can lead to a lot of problems. And obviously, that would then be a multiplayer game with a shared camera, which can be such a nightmare. Because I would have to imagine this game doesn't split the screen. Even for that, considering the way this is laid out already. So that's just like nightmare scenario almost. Is the biggest problem that will always come about with anything either from this perspective or like top down or anything like that is you will run into camera problems when you have two different people running in different directions. That's always my biggest issue with anything local multiplayer of this type. Is you start just having so many camera problems when it comes to multiplayer. At least this guy's not presenting a huge issue, because he's for some reason forgetting that he can charge, and I'm okay with that.
The seal has been broken.
I needed a win out of this, and I will take that win. We've still got like 4 more floors, counting the one we're on, before we get to the boss, though, before anybody gets excited. Oh, great, we got Mace Knights now. Those are new. And they're very aggressive. Great. They don't hit very hard, they're just really annoying, because they're not letting me move at all. I know I've moved to an inferior camera angle, but I needed to be able to do something about them. Of course. Like, I would like to say that they did decently visually with this game. Like, I have not seen anything that looked bad. It's not the most remarkable looking. Like, everything's reasonably easily conveyed and all of that. Which is the most important part of something like this. The art direction is a little odd in places, but that's not necessarily inherently a bad thing. Oh, you're able to just stun me too. Great. I love that for you. wanted to see if I could interact with the thingy. But I guess the thingy is a lie. Get in the bubble. Oh, and you can't even go around this circle either. I've just, like, trapped myself here. Right. Meow. Why do you have so much reach with that? Like, I said that everything conveys properly, but that's not entirely true. But that's more the fault of those who designed the hitboxes, more so than the people who did the visual art and everything for it. Is there are a lot of things that attack right outside of where they visually are, like the swords and everything like that, for the most part, are the problems there. Like, specifically those knight-type enemies are the worst offenders of that. Just, like, that type in general, not even just, like, the mace ones. The sword ones were just as bad. And it's not even by a lot. That's the upsetting part. Because I feel like if it was by a lot, they would have fixed it. Because they would have noticed it. I think that's the problem, is it was a very, very small amount. So it got filed under, nobody would notice, or it got missed in QA entirely. The fact that this is all just boss refights with extra enemies, though, 0 out of 10 for that. Because a bunch of these bosses were just not good to begin with. So having to refight them does not do anything good. So in this case, at least it's somebody we hadn't fought as the wizard. I can't believe I actually managed to get through that without losing a life. I had to burn a lot of specials to do it and pull some nonsense, but it worked. At least we got to the other tower. Oh, of course, just spawn one literally on my face. Okay. Because that's the thing this game does, is it spawns things in a very static spot. So it doesn't account for your position when it spawns them. So you'll very easily end up with scenarios exactly like that, where an enemy will spawn literally on top of you. Right? Like that. Thank you for demonstrating, game, though I wish you hadn't. You really just think that just continuing to spawn more and more of the same thing is gonna do something, huh? Like, I don't even know if these guys would really be a threat to even, like, Gray or Tina. Because they're so slow. They're only dangerous if you've got, like, a wizard behind them. Like they had in the castle. Here, with them just being mobbed in by themselves, it just doesn't do anything. They just walk slowly towards you and die. This game's so inconsistent. Oh, those are orbs, okay. I was just not ready for orbs at all. And of course it's wizards again. Upgraded wizards too, even more so than they already were. Wish I had armor like they do. Ah. And zombies wearing armor. I want armor. Not that it helps them, obviously. At least not enough. Because once you get to them, they're dead at meat, but just like, ugh. Yep. Get that fucking orb out of here. Lizard man again, but he's got a wizard. Oh, he's got 2 wizards. Yay for him. Isn't that nice that he's got friends? He's smart enough to wait. Not smart enough to avoid it, though. Yep, there it is. I knew I wasn't getting away with that for long. We almost got through yet another fight with like 2 HP, though. I think I could beat that game, but I'm starting to question whether it would be worth it. Gonna be honest with you. For today in particular, it definitely isn't. I can tell you that one right now. I think I'm good for today. Let's have a look at who's doing what.
Once upon a time, the people were blessed with a god and their civilization flourished. This is the Atronart continent. With the lapse of time, the kingdom of Basel became the most powerful on the Atronart continent. There was a sacred power kept sealed as the legacy of the kingdom.
I know we missed out on being able to raid yesterday, but I'm just not feeling it today. Like, there's just an off energy to me specifically, and just like to today, which I'm feeling like that's a carryover from yesterday. But we just won't be raiding tonight.
A sharp flash from the dark side smashed into the calm and quiet night.
But I did just notice that Raybrant was in that previous portrait.
And the king, Basil VII,
That's the thing.
news that
But yeah,
demons
we'll
and
be back
monsters
tomorrow. I'll try to
poured
beat
out from the
something
ruins scattered
tomorrow. I may or may not
over the
implement the life system that I keep talking
And the
about.
demons and monsters rampaged in the capital
Part of
and
the
its
issue
major
with trying to
cities.
implement that life system now is going to be part of the incentivization on that was subscribing. And like I said, I have mixed feelings about that now because of the way things are currently going. But I need to give that some thought and decide where I actually stand with that enough to yay or nay that. And then come around to Monday, we'll obviously go back to Hades. Tuesday, I'll probably do that game that I was going to do today and didn't, which I still didn't reveal yet. And we come around to Thursday, which should be episode 1 of Where the fuck did that meteor storm come from? How the hell did he do that? I love that there's still more moves I apparently don't know how to do, so I'll do some research into this game and see if I can figure out what's going on with that, because that may be what makes the difference for us. I'm just not dealing with it tonight. Then Friday is another collab. It's not decided what we're doing yet because the one I'm potentially collabing with didn't get back to me yet. We set a date and then it's been a lot of trouble getting further information than that. Let's put it that way. And then next Saturday, presumably, will just be more of the same of trying to beat another game. But we shall see. Yeah. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Apologies for how things have been the last day or two. Ideally, things will come back out of the funk and get better, but we shall see. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.